Hi, everybody. Hello, my everythings. I'm Catherine Everything. We're here in my school bus on a wonderful, rainy, what day is today? Thursday. Time means nothing on a Thursday afternoon. Time may mean nothing, but it means everything to me that you are here. We are getting the last of our, I'd say the last of our Christmas crafting, but if anybody knows me, if anybody knows a creative in their life, chances are not to just overgeneralize for all of us, because I'm sure there are some magnificent unicorns out there that are crafters and artists that are not chaotic and disorganized. But, for the rest of us, I will probably still be crafting all the way through Christmas Eve and beyond. But yes, it's time to get some crafting done. And thank you, heads up to my mod team. Yes, the rebrand is complete. I am now Catherine Everything everywhere. I just had to wait for my Twitch name to reset. And it's moving. We're moving forward on a fresh foot. So if you have known me in the past as Art Schoolie, if you've just known me by my name, Catherine Stocking Lopez, please to reintroduce myself now as Catherine Everything. Obviously, you can still call me by my name, but this was just a fun way to kind of put everything under the umbrella of what I do and who I am, and have some fun with it. So I'm really excited kind of for the rebrand and just for moving forward. Like, Twitch already has been an absolute amazing journey, and it's only been like 2 months. So I'm really excited to see where it takes us from here and beyond. So today I am working on the Christmas gift stack. So if this is, hopefully the rain isn't too strong. This is kind of exciting, actually. Let me turn everything up a little bit. Yeah, I live in the desert, if you are new here, and so if I had, we'd be one of those channels where if we had $1 for every time I complained that it was hot, or on the odd occasions that it's actually cold, and then anytime I geeked out about the rain, we'd be flush with money. But nah, I'm just a geek who likes the weather, and because it is different and exciting, and also I grew up where it was really rainy, so to be in the desert and to have rain be such a novelty, I'm like, rain! And it's coming down really hard on the bus roof, and I don't know, that just gives me some I don't know, weather tingles. I don't know, it's exciting. So I'm probably going to be a big geek and keep looking at the ceiling I can see the rain. But I like the sound. It's a nice sensory sound. So if you can hear it, enjoy the rain. And also let me know if I need to crank anything up, because we might have the rain party with us all night. So, but I was really, really hoping that it would snow, because it's been cold. It's been cold enough, especially at night. It's dropped below 30. But it was really warm comparatively today. I think it got to 58, so we're probably not going to get snow, which Little Sprout is a bit bummed about, because snow, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit bummed about, because also snow. But for the desert, honestly, just having some good precipitation is good. We need it. We're in a drought. We always need the rain. So that said, I've got my heater cranked up, because chances are I'm gonna freeze, because you guys know me. But we're going to be jumping right into it. I've got, I feel renewed with vigor. I've got some new craft supplies, and then I borrowed a set of paintbrushes, so shout out to InkRabbit12 for letting me use his miniature brushes. And so I'm ready to not ham-hand my way through the rest of this paint job, and hopefully get this done in time to be used for this Christmas. Again, if you missed my intro spiel, I'm the kind of person who crafts all the way up to Christmas and beyond. My friends were not getting together till after the holidays, so yeah, their presents are absolutely totally done, and I'm not putting them off till after Christmas at all whatsoever. No siree. I've got everything on my list under control. But it's all good. So, let's get into it, shall we? Let's transition over to what we're doing. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so I've got everything set up today. Probably forgot something, but that's alright. I'm also trying some new layouts. I'm really excited. I think one of the really fun things I've noticed on Twitch is every level that you get, that you progress, whether it's, making affiliate, or it's just hitting these different things. There's so many more graphics to make, which simultaneous is like one of my bigger sources of stress, but it's also like that creative stress, is in like, oh, now you get icons, and now you get sub badges, and now you can do overlay. Well, you could always do overlays, but now I can do overlays. So like I've been really geeking out and making things. So I have a couple new overlays. I have a sub goal. If you are part of our Star Wars Saturday, which also is Catherine's Unapologetic Nerd Hour, you know that we've been playing KOTOR, and that's the Knights of the Old Republic, the original one. Also, I'm just going to jump into it. I have got some foam clay. It's this stuff. It's cool. And what I'm going to be doing with it, I was just reading it really quick to make sure I didn't need anything. I am just going to be adding some snow. I figured that this piece here needed more chimney. A certain je ne sais quoi, certain extra chimneyness. So we're going to be adding that. So I'm going to sculpt and rant because that's how I do. Or sculpt and chat. I'm not really ranting about anything. Everything's good. We're just going to blop a bunch. Ooh, this is fun. This is really fun. Yeah, I totally forgot what I was talking about. Oh, Star Wars Saturdays. I'm back. Good job, brain. We've been playing Knights of the Old Republic, the game from 2003, which is super fun. And I've been, if you missed that part, I've been taking it back for middle school me, just kind of replacing some tricky memories with some better ones, and we're having a bunch of fun. But in kind of replaying I hate to say vintage Star Wars game because that just makes me sound old. Not that I'm worried about that. The way I see it, I have survived and lived this long, and I am grateful for it. And I'm just happy to be here. But more of a like, wow, time continues to pass, and that is terrifying kind of way. This is like bubble gum. This is my first time actually using foam clay, which I'll get into, and I'll do a little spiel on here in a second. Like I said, I'm just kind of getting excited and making crafts. We've been playing KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic, but it made me realize like I have so many fun like LucasArts games that I love to play, and one of them I got back out from my daughter, Little Sprout, and it's kind of the bee's knees, and a lot of people haven't played it. It's called Yoda's Challenge, and it's this edutainment game from the like late 90s, early thousands, right as Episode 1 was coming out, and I want to play it, but so I've decided to set it as a sub goal. So I'd love to get to 25 subscribers just whenever that happens. I'm really just happy to have you guys here, and but this is more so that I can get some equipment so we can play it, because I gotta hook up an ancient computer to a modern computer, and then we can play Yoda's Challenge together. So if you see that little bar down on the bottom, it should be reading correctly soon. But yeah, if you see that little bar down the bottom, that's what the Yoda's Challenge is, which kind of cracked me up that it sounded like a silly social media challenge, like the Cinnamon Challenge and the this, that, and the other. It's like the Yoda's Challenge. It's like, what is that? It's a 90s edutainment game. So, like, even in my, like, silly social media I am but a nerd. So that's what the Yoda's Challenge is. So yeah, I'm really excited. So we'll be playing that kind of as soon as the piece of equipment, the aforementioned piece of equipment, arrives and we hit that little sub goal. So I hope that'll be a fun treat for y'all. If you've been joining me for KOTOR, thank you. I know we've been having a blast. And if you haven't, if that's not your thing, I totally understand. I still craft my other 75% of my stream time. So, all right. So speaking of crafting, I should probably get into it. I am taking this foam clay, which feels like very cold marshmallows, actually. And foam clay is an air dry clay that is foam. I know, shocker. But it is very malleable, very squishy. It's kind of like sculpting with bubble gum. And what's cool about it is it's obviously super duper lightweight. Like, I can barely tell the weight difference from before and after putting this on, which is awesome. But it's stretchy and it's sandable when it's dry. It's water reactive when it's wet. Like, you know, you don't have to use the solvent or anything. You can just smooth it with water. And it's great for, like, cosplay props. It's great for things like headpieces and stuff that you want to keep really light. But it's also just fun for stuff like this, especially because, like this, I'm literally trying to make this look like snow. And so kind of having something that already is white and fluffy has that look. So what I'm trying to do is build up a little bit and make it look a little bit more like it's a chimney. So I'm trying to decide how much I want to put on, because like obviously, hold on one second. Obviously it's not a like, oh, I only have X material or Y material like amount. It's more just trying to figure out that balance, just that it's aesthetic balance. Hey, Colton Koala. Yeah, there we go. Is that better? Yeah, definitely shout at me in chat if you want me to move things, because I'm here just making noise, making a mess. There we go. So, but yeah, you can see really like how soft this stuff is. Like it doesn't take more than like the tiniest bit of pressure to squeeze this. So I'm just gonna keep rolling it out. Like I said, I'm looking for a very loose snow texture, so I'm not sculpting this with any sort of like, I don't want to say precision because that makes it sound like I don't know what I'm doing. It's more, I'm not like, I'm letting it be organic. There we go. Letting it just fall where it may. There we go. All right. So, and I'm also going to build up some on this inside here. Well, that was not enough. So that it's more of a chimney. Oh, it is. It really is like sculpting with bubble gum. Because that way, that paint job that I did earlier just gives it that illusion that it's in a chimney. And then I'm going to paint this, but I think I'm just going to paint it with the like snow paint. If you are here for if you're just joining me on this particular craft project, well, welcome. If you have been here, I think this is I want to say the 4th time I've worked on it, but it might just be the 3rd. What is time? If you are just joining, this is a present stack for my mom to use for Little Sprout. So Little Sprout's my daughter. We call my mom, her grandma, we call her Oma. You'll see her in chat as Quilting Koala. So obviously this is not a surprise, so because she's here on stream with us, or in the chat on stream. But this is for her to use to give my daughter. If you've heard of the mindful Christmas, it's more where, obviously, we love to spoil the little ones on the holidays, but, you know, we also have to just not overwhelm, and it's nice to just have a focus. And so there's this newer thing, and where you give them something they want, something they need, something to wear, and something to read. And I love that little poem. You know, it's like, yay, it rhymes, it sounds cool. But I also love just kind of the intention behind it, because it's very easy to go overboard. And I like that it's just a little bit more mindful, you know. And it, you know, kind of just creates a tradition in its own. The kids know what to expect in, like, the best ways, but then all the ways to, like, interpret these things. And as a parent, you know, it's nice to, like, be able to dial in and really have the kids, like, gift the kids with intention. Sorry for the ranting there. It's more just, like, it's so easy to go overboard, and it's so easy to just get, like, caught up in the gifting, that, like, really having these mindful intentions. You know, we've talked a lot about, like, creativity within limits. So having these, like, these prompts, these things to fill, just, I don't know, it adds a challenge into it while keeping it mindful and limited in a good way. What I'm doing is I have 3, so with the mindful, the want, need, wear, read, I thought it would be cute to make a reusable set of gift boxes for these presents, so that when Oma and Opa gift a Little Sprout her presents, they have kind of something that, again, like, not only goes with the theme of the gifts, but, like, becomes a tradition in itself. This way, 1, I can pat myself on the back and go, cool, we're not wasting wrapping paper on these, you know, 4 presents every year. And then 2, it becomes part of the tradition if we have this reusable gift stack. And it's just, I don't know, it was an opportunity to make something as well. And, like, obviously I love to make gifts and things for my friends and family. And so when when my mom and I were talking about this, and she said that she'd, 1, enjoy the want, need, wear, read, and then also would enjoy me making a gift stack for it. I was like, well, perfect. There we go. We've got a new tradition. We've got something that'll become part of the decor. We've got, something that's nice and eco-friendly because now we're, going to be reusing boxes. I don't know. It just kind of ticked all these boxes that made me really happy, like just as a parent and a human. And, now I get to do like fun stuff that's fun for me. And so we had looked on Pinterest, and there were a lot of really, really cute ideas for gift stacks, like snowmen and little like nutcrackers and stuff. And my mom loves snowmen; they're cute. But you know what she loves more is like pink vintage Christmas. Like y'all know those ceramic trees that light up with the little plastic lights in them, and they're super cute. Like vintage trees. And then like she also loves koalas, and so like Little Sprout loves animals as well. And I thought it would be cute to make this one with like Santa koala. Sorry, yes, Santa koala. Okay. Do you ever hate it when you like say the words that you mean and then your brain is like, no, that still wasn't right? It's like, no, I did it. I really did it. So this is Santa koala, and this is going to go on top of the gift stack. And so I have it where there are these reusable boxes, and the whole thing is themed like a hearth and then stockings and a chimney. So it makes this like whole scene together. I'm really proud of that. And then you're like, wait, but Catherine, you said that there were 3 boxes, but there's 4 gifts. And to that, I would say, yes, you are absolutely correct. But my thought was, one, it is easier in a lot of ways to decorate in threes. Threes is very balanced. And then we have these boxes, and these were like room organizer type boxes. So we already had these, and like this one's plenty big enough for 2 presents. So I figured, a book can go in here, and the want can go in here, and we can mix it up. And it didn't need to be 4 things. And then this way it just stores all inside the box, and I don't know. It doesn't have to be huge. Like, plus we're making this up. It's our own. There's no rules to break, and really the intention is to just be more mindful about what we give and how we give it. It's not like there's hard set, like, oh no, you didn't follow the rules. So that's where we are with that. So what I've done is, back in the beginning of the project, I took the boxes and used epoxy sculpt to sculpt all of these details. So I'll turn these so y'all can see them. So we have the Santa, a wreath, stockings, and a fireplace. Of course, those stack. And then I've painted them. I've at least gotten the base coat on everything. It's been one of those projects where, you're like, oh, it'll just take some paint and then it'll be done. And here we are like 2 or 3 coats in, and it's still taking time to build up. Obviously, like these were things that I had, so you can see that like this box was very blue. The bottom hasn't been painted yet, but by the time it stacks, and I'm still debating whether or not I'm gonna like glue the whole stack together. Obviously, like making it to where it can still open, more like putting the lid on the bottom of the next one so that it makes like a more cohesive thing, or if I still have delusions of it magically fitting inside and stacking back up again. I don't know where we are with that. So I keep going back and forth, which is kind of why I haven't bothered to paint the bottoms of the boxes, because I figure if I'm going to glue it, I don't want the glue to get in the way of the paint, and then worst case, I figure after Christmas I can always slap some paint on the bottom of these boxes, and it's not like, wow, that was what got in the way of Christmas or anything. So that's where we are. So what I'm gonna do is, I know I like literally just put a bunch of foam on this, but it doesn't set for 3 hours. It set on the box. 48 hours is its full dry time. I'm gonna say that it's probably safe to, like not worry about. I'm going to do some more painting. That's what's gonna happen. So I'm gonna like jump on in and just start working. And what I want y'all to do is, if you have any questions about what I'm doing or how I do it, why I do it, let me know, because I want to have fun Christmas question answer time. Or tell me about like what you do for the holidays too. Like just, I'm at that point where I'm like crazy excited for the holidays. Also slightly distracted, but that's just who I am as a person. And so I just have all this energy and, looking for a place to put it. So today I'm going to put it into this. But also, if you guys want to just hang out and enjoy the slightly chaotic vibe I'm going to be given. I'm happy to be here. So, all right. So I'm going to grab my stuff, blow my nose, get some paintbrushes, little things. So here we go. All right. So I am borrowing a really cool set of detail brushes today. This is and none of this is sponsored, but this is the Artistic brand with a K, which I can vibe with. These, I think they 99% sure were off of Amazon. So that's where we are. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can get this in a position where I can see it and where you guys can see it. So that's what we're doing. Okay. I'm going to move my face cam a little bit. This is the improv part of the evening where there we go. And then I can scoot in. Okay. So I know this is going to be a little hard to see. I'm trying to keep this guy balanced here. This is our koala Santa. And now it's time for them to get a bit of a face up, actually. Which is terrifying in a lot of ways, but really fun in others. So I think the whole time I was painting this, I was like, the whole time I was sculpting it, I was like, you know what, it's fine. I'll get a sculpt, and whatever happens, happens. I can always just paint it. It'll be fine. And then I get the sculpt done, and now I'm like, oh no, now I have to paint it. Now it has to look good. Sorry, I've got crinkles. And now it's all up to my painting skill. And I think anyone that's ever owned a pop figure can attest to the fact that a paint job can ruin a really, really good sculpt. And I don't want to do that. Here, let me zoom in just a little bit so we can all work together on this. There we go. Let me just get settled. Can't talk with the paintbrush in my mouth. This is going to be one of those where I'm going to be spending quite a bit of time on this. I want to make sure that not only you can see, but I'm not hunched over weird, because I need to make sure that I sit up straight too, like a grown up. So, how's that? That's good for you? That's good for me. Okay. But anyway, yeah, anyone that's owned a pop figure can kind of attest to. And this is no shade at pop. It's just the easiest example. You have a pretty simple sculpt, and it just has to be a simple paint job. But sometimes, man, those little things can get away from you. And so I'm trying to have the details not get away from me. I really want this to come out nice. I'm also trying not to put my hand right in what I just sculpted with the snow. So that's why I'm switching hands. I'm not completely ambidextrous. I'm just awkward. So I'm going to go ahead and paint. This here as white. I want these to look fluffy. And I figure getting a coat of white and then streaking in details maybe will do what I want. I don't know if anybody else has that creative art vibe where they're just like, yeah, I'm going to do this super cool art technique called making it up as I go along. Do we have anyone else that went to that art school? All right. Kind of looks like we have bad internet tonight, so might be one of those nights. Could very well be the storm. Not to say this is what I get for getting excited about the weather, but this is what happens when you have a rainstorm. So, there we go. again. All right, so it's getting there. Got a couple messages. I call this mama mode, where I gotta make sure my little sprout's good. So, alrighty. Got some Christmas music going. I am quite excited. Full of Christmas candy. All right. Can you guys hear the Christmas music, actually? I'm going to make sure that's on, because I can't be the only one enjoying this. Some Christmas music. And by Christmas music, I mean lo-fi Christmas beats. There we go. Actually, I'm getting messages that we can't hear it, so give me 2 seconds, not to be awkward, but to absolutely be awkward, and see if I can get that back up. Cool. Actually, I am going to be right back. Thanks for holding. Just gonna make sure everything's good. Check. Alrighty. There we go. Alright. Christmas music, get. Merry Christmas Eve to you too, Casey. I hope you're having a good one. We are procrastinating, and by that I mean absolutely being on top of our to-do list, and are not absolutely still working on Christmas stuff for this Christmas. Not at all. We are ahead of our game. That's what we are. We're just so ready for Christmas, we're ready for next year. I can't imagine actually being that together. Not because, I don't know, maybe it's just who I am as a person. Maybe it's because I'm a mom. Maybe it's because of all the stuff that goes on. But no, I am not ready for next Christmas. I am not ready for this Christmas. I mean, I am. and like emotionally ready for this Christmas, if that makes sense. Not to just rant. I'm very excited. Little Sprout, it has some great Christmas energy, and like, I don't know, as soon as she wrote that like letter to Santa, that was it for me. I was like, yeah, Christmas. So I'm glad to hear I'm in good company. Whenever anyone else is still kind of slogging through their list, I'm like, oh, good. It's not just me. Not like that I want everyone else to still be struggling. It's more just like, maybe this is just how things are. Like, I don't know. We got so much other stuff to juggle. I swear, every year the to-do list gets a little longer. And I still have all these ambitions of like one year making every single Christmas gift for like family and friends. I don't know. It's not a bad idea. It's just one of those like, like I said, I just want to get my life together, whatever that looks like. If it means having everything ready for Christmas, so be it. If it means still doing this every year, Koala's eyes are not white. Catherine, what am I doing? It's funny, I can't talk during boss fights, and apparently I cannot talk while I'm supposed to be getting paint out. The things you learn about yourself from streaming. It's all good though. Are you actively drawing right now, Casey? Because if you are, one, like, that's cool. We got some creative energy going. If not, I totally get it. You are a busy bee. And Quilton Koala says, just sewing the last present now, which I'm grateful for because that one's partially got my, if it's what I think you're working on, that one's partially got my responsibility and name attached to it there, Mother Dearest. So I appreciate the help on that one. And if it's something different, well then, we're all still just working on the good stuff. I'm trying to put eyes on this. I'm like low-key terrified about it because this is the like, I don't want to say the make it or break it because it's paint and I can scrape it off, but you know, we want this to look cute and not terrifying, so. But no, I'm glad to hear that at least with everyone here in chat, we're still just getting good things done. So yeah, you're welcome to tell me about what you're making too. I love to hear about just everything that everyone can bring to the table and what everyone's working on, because it's always so different. Like, you know, I'm here painting a koala, painting a Santa koala. I bet that's not exactly what you're working on, which is cool. Look at his little face. In chat, Casey says, I'm working on it off and on. I really can't decide which direction to go, but getting some creative juices from your stream. Sweet action. Actually, it's funny because, like, I find that, like, just getting out here, getting in the bus, getting the stuff out, like, obviously, like, putting yourself in the right mind space. These are things that, like, I should know as a creative by now, but obviously, if I had learned magically every lesson and applied them all the time, I'd be far more successful than I am. It's still a learning process every time. But yeah, just getting out here, it's like, yeah, I'm going to be online, I'm going to be talking to cool people, I'm going to be streaming, like, that puts me in a really great space. And then anytime I'm like, yeah, people are vibing, and you are out there listening and doing your thing, it's like, that's cool. We're working together apart. I am also very distracted because I made myself, and this is one of those art things, I made up a very special green paint last time, if y'all were on stream, and I put it in a jar, and I got that jar out, and I put my jar down, and you'd think this bus is like 100 square feet, and a third of it is a classroom, and I don't put art supplies over there, so in math, 66 square feet, I should not be able to lose things the way I can, but I don't know, anybody else with ADHD just swear they have the magical power where they set something down and boom, it's gone? I haven't even gone anywhere. Yeah, I don't know why my chat's being weird too. I'm gonna chalk it up to it being one of those nights. We have no Nightbot, we have no pretzel, and we have no jar of green paint in a unicorn jam jar. Alright, fine, be that way. I didn't need that custom color I specifically mixed up. I did, I absolutely did. It'll come to me, you know what? It'll come to me. I'll paint something else. Begrudgingly paint something else. And it'll come back. I don't know. Anybody else like this? Is it just me? Well, the rain is... Goodness, that had dried paint everywhere. The rain is absolutely coming down, too. I would be surprised if you couldn't hear it. But I never know what the mic is going to pick up. Because sometimes there's, like, coyotes, and no one can hear them. And I feel like I'm just in here in a bus with howling coyotes right outside, and nobody else knows. It's like, well, I'm in no danger, so it's all good, but... In chat, I still live stuff in my Lincoln log cabin. You have a cool cabin, but yeah, no, it's not huge either, so... whether it's refreshing or awful to know that we're all the same, I still take that just, good. Good. Because you are an awesome creative, itchy nose day, and can still get done no matter what. Like, no matter what the obstacles are, even if my biggest obstacle is myself, I still manage to get things done, and that feels good. That is the exact same color of paint. Cool. I was like, cool, I'll mix up a brand new color, darken this up a bit, somehow managed to get the exact same color I already had on there. Which would be a skill, except in this case, it's a skill I don't want. Wasn't going for color matching. There we go, that's better. Here. Yeah, I'm going for vintage millennial pink, that kind of very specific green color, and this pink color, this millennial pink, kind of dusty, bubblegummy rose color. Apparently my mic is too loud. Okay, well, everything's just slightly off today too. You guys have that? I'll try that. Is that better? Yeah, just one of those. Alright, you let me know if this sounds comfortable, because I know I have a lot of audio trigger issues, and so the last thing I want to do is have anybody get affected by that here on my stream. So, thank you for whispering me, or just putting in chat if anything is ever uncomfortable. Okay. Alright, that's a better color. So yeah, I've just got this pink, and I'm working on, second or third or fourth coat, because I'm going over a very dark gray. I love epoxy sculpts, and it's a nice color when it dries. It says it's white on the package, but really it ends up being this kind of gray color. And sometimes it can be a little hard to cover. Like, acrylics are great, but not every color is that pigmented or that thick. And I had been watering some of them down for some of those base coats because I wanted no brush strokes. But now it's like, I'm just going to go on with creamy layers. Yeah, I'm much happier with this color. I had it where it was a little bit too light pink, and then it just looked, it was too cold. It was too cool of a gray undertone, and it just looked like the picture was coming through while some of it was white. So, brightened it back up again, and it up a little bit. It's a huge difference. So, just a pro tip if you do notice that maybe the colors aren't getting the energy you want. Try warming it up a little bit. And by that I mean, like, warming it, to add a yellow, red, add a blue one. Cool. I'm gonna have audio issues. Any better? Any better on the mic there? I feel like we are just winning tonight at audio issues. Which at least I have sound. Could always be worse. I'm not good at complain. It's more just I want you guys to get it actually in. Oh no, the music is angry. Is it too loud? Oh no. Okay. I I turned down the music and I turned up me. Are we better? Are we balanced? I apologize for that. Cool. All right. Are we better? It's one of those this is my own problem. I do this to myself, but I change my setup just about every stream because I'm doing different crafts or different games. And so sometimes things get bumped and we do our best here. But then also sometimes, you know, there's a gremlin in the computer and you never know what you're going to get. Okay. So yes, please, always yell at me in chat if there are audio issues, because I can see those. I can't always tell what it's doing once I let the stream go into the wild. And I think this rain is going to threaten to knock out the stream. So if I do go AWOL, it is because of the rain. So we'll do our best. We'll do our best. That's all we can do, anyway. That is all we can ever do. Which I think is really sweet, because sometimes I'll tell something to little Sprout, and you know, like as a parent, you definitely like expect your kids to repeat the funniest thing. Is like, you know, you have an expression you say often enough when your kid is like either finishes your sentence or like just uses it, and you're like, oh, is that what I sound like? But one of the things is, I always say like, all we can do is try. We do our best. But like, I'll tell her things like, okay, 5 more minutes of video games and then we're gonna go to bed. She'll, I'll do my best. It's like, oh baby, that's not quite what I mean. I mean more of an effort-based thing, but it's also very sweet when I'm like, okay, we'll finish up and you'll head to bed, no fussing. We'll try. Oh my darling. There we go. All right, so I'm warming up this coat. I think I was having audio issues when I said that. Warming it up, when I say that, I mean adding a, like more of a red or a yellow undertone. Something that has that kind of hot color. If you remember, like your hot colors being your red, orange, and yellow, and your cool colors being your blues, your greens, purples. So I added more of a red to my pink to warm it up, because I didn't like the color I had originally mixed. Even though it was a very pretty color on its own, it was too gray, too cool, and it kind of just felt like I wasn't painting over the epoxy well enough. Even though the paint was completely opaque, it just felt a little cold. So sometimes you just gotta color theory and get back in there with a slightly different color. What I was saying is, if you ever notice that like your paint job isn't quite giving you the vibes that you're looking for, it might be less of a like, oh, my painting is bad, because like my painting was fine, and more of that, I'm not quite using the right color. Because it was, one of those where it was properly covered. It just, like I said, made it look like the epoxy was still peeking through, and so I just wasn't happy with it. Mixed up a better color, and now I'm much happier with the energy I'm getting from it. And honestly, it needed a second coat, or a third coat, or whatever coat I'm on, anyway. So, all's well that is well there. So I'm going to be using a bunch of progressively smaller brushes to get into all these nooks and crannies. If you see me switch brushes, that's why. Plus, I borrowed this set of really cool detail brushes, and I'm going to get the most out of it. I still figure this is one of those projects where no matter how many times you paint it, you're going to go back and forth. And like, I got the belt on the coat, and it's like, dang it. Now I got to go back and paint that, and I'm probably going to get coat paint on the belt again. But eventually, it will reach the right color. Everything will have the right amount of coats, and then we can just cover those, pesky little mistakes. I'm just kind of crouching down, ignoring my good posture, and trying to get this nicer, warmer color into all my little nooks and crannies. Oh, I'm really loving it. I don't know if the camera's picking it up, because it's always interesting what the camera decides to pick up on. Like, if you were here for the little advent calendar box I was making, it was, like, so contrasty on camera, and it wasn't in real life, which I thought was amusing, because it looked good on both, but it was like, oh, high contrast. But this is always, it's always interesting to see what can the camera will pick up. And some colors pick up better than others. Purples can always be weird on camera, so I don't know how this pink is going to read. There we go. Yay! Okay, so other than getting pink all over the koala's belt, which I'm going to have to name this koala, because they need a name. So if anyone has any names in chat, especially you, Quilting Koala, if you have any names. It's like they could be koala claws. They could also have I don't know, a civilian secret identity. Like Bernard. I like the name Bernard. Yeah, I also really like this color. I also can't believe it's Christmas Eve. And I feel like I should have more to do. And it's not that I'm, like, looking for more, as I'm actively still painting something that I need for this Christmas. It's more like, I don't know, most of the presents are handled. You know, cookies have been baked. I know where everyone's supposed to be on Christmas, and we just gotta wait for Santa to come, and I don't know, I feel like there's something I'm forgetting, but I don't really think there is, and if it is, you know, in the best way, if I am forgetting something, it's probably for, like, one of my friends or my parents, and they would understand, but I also just feel like I got everything done, and that's like, other than what I'm actively still working on, and what I know I still have to do. So it's like, it's a weird, like, I got everything done, asterisks, except for the things that I know I haven't, but, like, that's different, because I remember them, but there's still this weird feeling that there's more out there, that I should be doing, and I can't think of what it could possibly be. I've done plenty, but, I don't know. Is that just what anxiety is? It might just be. Who I am as a person. Alright. Oh, cool. Hey, thank you, mod team. It looks like we got Nightbot back up. And hopefully the audio is good. Is the audio comfortable for everybody? I'm gonna hope for yes. Okay. I know the connection speed's a little today. Like I said, we have a storm. And that's exciting. I'm gonna talk about it constantly. I am as a person. A slight bit of I'm an anxious procrastinator who just wants to make everything get done on time, but I haven't learned. And I also get excited about the weather. And silly things like Instapots, because apparently once you hit 30, that's like peak excitement. Okay. So, speaking of the epoxy not getting covered all the way by that, I don't know, we got a Instapot and an air fryer, and they make my life way easier, and so that, therefore, I'm happy, and therefore, they are worth getting excited about. And I can make silly jokes about myself getting older and getting excited about an Instapot. But I also really, at the core of it, just mean that I'm getting healthier habits, and I'm getting things done and organized, and ergo, feel more like an adult because I have my life getting slowly under control. It's more what I mean than like, ooh, the actual product. Just, I don't know, eventually things have got to come together, right? Okay. I'm also going to reference a picture of koala ears because I need to. Like, even things that I look at every day, I'm still going to pull up a reference photo because, I don't know, too much brain power otherwise. Okay, I'm looking at koala's ears because they're very fluffy, very cute. It's funny, some people do them to where, like, the inside of the ear is white and they treat the ear like a solid and then it has white ear fluff. And then other times they treat the inner ear like a solid and then the whole rest of it is a fluff ring. But, like, in reality, it's neither, and it's hard to capture. Like, I'll show you, like, in cartoons they tend to do, like, a gray shape and a white inside. But I'm trying to figure out how I want to do that, because it really just depends on the koala. And some of them even have pink in their ears, which is very cute, and I kind of dig it. Alright, picture of koala, come on, go. Yeah, I think I'm going to mix a little pink in there. So just right here off to the side, I'm going to mix up a little pink. Brush that in. Just like an undertone. Yeah, just warm it up a little bit too. Little pink hat in there. Come on. There we go. Cute. I figure at this point anything that brings just that little, like, touch of life, that little touch of warmth is going to be something that's good, because I'm just trying to make this look, you know, authentic and cute. I might soften the face here. Again, I'm just kind of making this up as I go along. Really just going to, I'm trying not to have any, like, too hard of lines. I want it to feel very organic. Trying to, you know, honor the sculpt that I spent so long on while, you know, making sure it doesn't get muddy. I think that's my biggest weakness with painting, is that it just kind of becomes too muddy, which is where you have, like, you know, too much blending that didn't work quite right. So knowing where to have a soft blend and knowing where to, you know, have a hard edge is an art. I mean, honestly, I think the art in art is really just knowing where to stop, which is it's a tricky boundary. So just like in life, I don't know, my boundaries are hard too. So knowing when to stop with anything is. Oh, look at that little Emmett Otter mouth. And again, referencing just a little picture of a Wally bear here off screen. How's it going? You'll have to, if you are doing cool things like responding to me in anything other than chat, you may have to yell at me in the chat, because the internet here, because of the storm that we're having, is kind of knocked out just about anything. So if you are trying to get a hold of me, let me know. And obviously, if we get to the point where the internet's not sustainable and I have to vanish, you'll know why. But hopefully, one, because I want to get this done, and two, I'd love to hang out with y'all. I hope that the internet holds, but if I disappear, it's probably because of that. Also, I'm wondering, should I kind of emulate a beard in the cheeks of have interest on the face. I don't want it to get muddy. I don't want it to lose the sculpted definition. I also want it to, I don't know. Painting's hard. Like, not even in like a complaining way, just in a like art statement way. Getting something to feel a certain way is tricky. You know, obviously that's why it takes practice and training and a certain je ne sais quoi. But there we go. Okay, his mouth was bothering me. Now I've painted over it, and I'm just gonna try that again. Kind of lightened up the bottom of his face. Hooray! Thank you, mod team. Yeah, I guess all my like plugins were trying to take the night off. They're like, don't you know it's almost Christmas? We got things to do, even though they're all AIs, so it's not like I'm working anybody on weird holiday hours. I just like to talk about my robots and my AIs like robots are people too. my lines of code are people too. Okay. So, lightened up the bottom of the face, but still, there's part of me that kind of wants to be bold and take, like, I don't know, a white line and, like, suggest, like, Santa beard, but then part of me is also very scared about that, because that would involve, you know, being able to paint. Which, like, but, you know, I'm an artist and I should know what I'm doing. I should. I think sometimes though, I don't know, every project's a little different. And I have some projects where I'm like, just everything works. And it's like, oh yeah, this is it. I'm an artist. This is truly peak me knowing what I'm doing. And then other projects, like, even if it's going well, it doesn't mean that it wasn't a struggle like the entire time. Which is interesting. Just, it's like, yeah, that one was an absolute struggle, but it still turned out okay. Anyone else feel that? Like, I know what I'm doing. Just, you know, don't ask me to prove it. I feel like that's a conversation I've had a lot. It's like, yes, I'm absolutely an artist. That is, like, what I do. That is the air that I breathe. It is the purpose that I feel. Just don't ask me to prove it somehow. Even though I do arts all the time, I just feel like it's impossible to prove. I don't know why. Could totally be a self-confidence thing. Could totally be a, like, my skills are kind of not unrelated, but, you know, it's like I do a little sculpting here, a little painting here, a little graphic design over there. Oh, there's quilt, there's some animation. And it's not all, like, one cohesive body of work. And I think, you know, maybe that's the, like, museum side of my brain thinking, like, oh, you don't have one nice collection, ergo, you're not an artist. And I know that's not right, and I would never tell that to somebody else, but that doesn't mean my brain doesn't think it for me. So I'm coming in, not to jump around between existential crisis and then art tutorial, but to absolutely jump between existential crisis and art tutorial. I'm taking a very fine brush here, and just kind of brushing in that koala fluff. I did a pink underlay, and now what I'm doing is doing both, like, the inner fuzz. Ah, yes, imposter syndrome at its finest. Thank you, Casey. It's true, though. And yeah, where that, like, first nibble of, you know, you're an artist, you just can't prove it, like, came from, I don't know, but it's something that sticks with me, like, even all these years later. Like, and this is, like, not the, like, oh, I'm not an artist, but now I'm gonna brag about it. It's more just like this, if you are a artist and you are anywhere on your journey and you still kind of wonder, like, will this feeling go away? It's not like to be down and say, no, it won't, but it's more like, like, I've shown in a museum. My art's traveled across the world, and I can do cool things, and still some days it just hits really hard with that, like, am I good enough, or do I do enough, or is this the right thing for me? And it's more like just just keep fighting it, because no one knows, in the best way, like in the solidarity way, in the, hey, you know what, yes, we have these thoughts, and yes, art is hard, but don't let it stop you way. Like, it happens to the best of us, and so, like, just forget the feeling, like, honor the feeling and go, okay, I'm feeling this way because, and then, like, move on, because, yeah, it's hard and it's scary, and even, like, people that know what they're doing still have days where they're like, do I know what I'm doing? And so just, yeah, if you can just kind of push past that, as I, need to take my own advice and do the same thing. It's more just like, yeah, no, it's absolutely real. Those feelings are real. They're real no matter what stage of the game you're in, I think, is what I'm trying to say. And so, like, the people that are gonna succeed are the ones that push past it, kind of no matter how often those feelings creep in, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, okay, so I'm going to try and do the same thing that I did on the one side on the other side, which, like, talk about art skills that I wish I had, like, superpower-wise, and I just duplicate. That would be cool. So I've got his fuzzy little ears. Like I said, I had that kind of half moon shape of the pink, and I'm just trying to soften that. You can definitely tell. Like, I don't know, like when you do your nails and you can do your left hand all nice because you're right-handed, and then you go to do your right hand, it's just not quite the same. That's what I've got going on here. In chat, I think the sheer amount of art we see because of the internet can be too much sometimes, and that is also true. You're seeing everyone's, like, level 95 all the time, and especially like when people are like, oh, this was just a doodle, and you're like, that would be my magnum opus. And you never know too, like, they could be kind of putting themselves down and calling it a doodle because they're just as scared. And like, be proud in your art, but also, like, I get it too, it's overwhelming to see what everyone is doing all the time. And then, yeah, in chat we see so many versions of what we make, we don't feel like we're doing enough. And that's true too. But it's unrealistic to think that way. Not that our artist brains know that. Absolutely. You are absolutely right. And that's the hard part, I think, is kind of balancing the logic in your brain with the big emotions. Like, obviously, it's important to honor these feelings and just be like, listen, okay, I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm feeling like everyone's art is always going to be better than mine. I'm feeling like I'm not good enough to be here. But then it's kind of you got to turn that into motivation and say, okay, well, what can I do about it? Yeah, I feel that way all the time. But you know how I let everyone else win and I let everyone else be better than me is by stopping and by letting them. And the only way I could ever have a shot and ever have my foot in the ring is by being there. And I think that's where all the, like, 99% of life is showing up and that kind of stuff comes from, is that really, like, if I think about, like, oh, if I had started this 5 years ago and I'd done this for every day, or even every other day, or even just started 5 years ago and did it a little bit, where would I be? And it's easy to think about it from a past point of view. It's really hard to think, well, what if I started now and then did this for the next 5 years? And so what I'm trying to do is, not get stuck in that, like, oh, if I had started this, or if I had done this, or look at the people that did it. Like, I love to look at, say, like, my favorite YouTubers and be like, wow, they've been doing this for 5 to 10 years, and look at how much they've accomplished. And most of it is, yes, obviously they had to be, talented, however we define talent, whether that's, innate ability or learned skill or just charisma or whatever. They had to be talented. They had to have something worth sharing. But really, the reason that they are where they are is just because they never stopped. Obviously their content was good enough that people kept showing up, but they kept pushing and they kept just being there. You can have the best idea in the world, but if you, like, present it once and then try and just, like, write on that for the rest of your life, like one idea, it's not going to get anywhere. It's trying things. I mean, like, name any YouTuber and look at how many things they have tried over the last decade, which is also scary to think about that that's been a thing, and so like moving forward, it's more just that's where you have to be. I think that's the best advice to give to somebody, is not like don't stop as in like don't read the signs, because like also don't push yourself like past a point of like unsustainability. Also don't push yourself if you're uncomfortable beyond just growth, if it's something that like is not safe for you. Have boundaries, but more so like honestly, every time you think about, oh, where would I be if I had done this 6 years ago, just imagine where you're going to be 6 years from now if you just start. Like it reminds me when like the whole panini thing was blowing up, and it oh, hold on one second. Oh, okay. Figured out part of my issue. If you are new here, and I'll get right back to where I was. If you are just now joining us, you may have noticed that my name changed. I am now Catherine Everything across the board. I was waiting on the Twitch timer to reset on changing this from just my name, which is Catherine Stocking Lopez, to Catherine Everything. But then that threw off all of my plugins and all of my everything because I switched my name around. So that's why we're having issues today. So thank you so much for being patient through that, and hopefully now we have a stream that has it together about half as well as I do. But yeah, so like it reminds me of like kind of when all of this was starting to go down and people were kind of thinking of new jobs and like, oh, maybe I'll try streaming and maybe I'll try this, that, and the other. And like the people that tried it out, did it for a month, like they, like if you're just trying to find success, like instantly after about that month, you're gonna be like, oh, that wasn't what I thought. And not saying it's not worth trying things, it's more just like, you're not gonna hit Markiplier levels in a month. But a lot of people think that, any job is easier than it looks when you're not in it. It's like, oh, you're just playing games on the internet. Like, that's easy. I'll try that. I don't, want to do my old job anymore. And it's more like there's a lot of, like, stuff behind the scenes that even if you're, like, in the industry or in the whatever, that people don't fully understand. Like, I had been doing YouTube before I came over to Twitch. And so I'm like, oh, I'll try streaming. That seems fun. Maybe I can double dip, or maybe I can find a community, or maybe I can, it's just like it's gonna be the same thing. It's just doing it live, and I'm very, very glad that it's been just the way that it's been. I know that that's a sentence. More so that like there's a lot more work on the Twitch side of things. I wouldn't say one's easier than the other. It's more like they're so different that I was used to like kind of the beast that YouTube was, and then I came over to like tame the beast that Twitch is, and it's so different. And I understand where like a month into it you could be like, oh my gosh, what did I get myself into? But like the people that kept going and the people that do keep going, they're the ones that are going to get success, because you just can't stop, especially on a platform that's based on being live and being present, being seen. You can't stop. And so like even like days when I'm like, maybe I'll just work on my own, it's like, no, get out there, stream. You're gonna, like your friends are there, it's fun, you're gonna have fun. Even like when it's terrifying, it's one of those where just you have to keep going. And I think that is just kind of art in a nutshell, is even when it's terrifying, you have to keep going. And that's kind of what that weird roundabout rant was I love all the platforms that I have and the abilities that I have to express myself, and like social media is super cool. But it is this double-edged sword always with everything. Pick fitness, pick art, pick makeup, pick anything. There's unrealistic standards because all we see is the perfection, and all we see are the people that are good at it because they are the ones that are making the genre. They are the ones that are leading the way. And so to jump in at any stage in that, and you're like inventing yourself, you're inventing your brand, but you're also like trying to swim in the currents that are already established, is really, really easy to just have that imposter syndrome and to have that like, is it worth trying to swim in these rough waters, or is it better to like retreat to, safe harbors? And so, yeah, no, like I get the imposter syndrome a lot, but I don't know this. On the other hand, though, like no matter how much of that I get, it's worth it to try things. I think that's one of the things I love so much. Is just being able to experiment with things and be here and build this community. Like just knowing that there's gonna be people in chat and we're gonna have fun and we're gonna hang out in the Discord after. And it's like not about anything other than making that genuine connection and being like, oh yeah, I can't wait to show people and I can't wait to like, you know, react with them. And like even if it's like, oh, I can't wait to talk about the new Spider-Man movie, I can't wait to talk about this craft, I can't wait to play Star Wars, I can't wait to, you know, like, oh, I've got cool plans, you know, like knowing that there's an excitement gets me excited about it too. Like when I know that like my friends are working on something and I'm like, I can't wait to see that. I hope that that gives them that same like journey and worth that I get from being here, you know, sharing with you guys. And it's fun. It's very fun. There we go. I'm gonna prop that up because I've got some work to do here on the front. And I want you guys to see the top because the claw's coming along. It is coming along. Oh. Oh, great. But yeah, kind of rambly rant aside, it's just no matter where you are, it's good to just be on the board. Like if this is all just a game in the best way, the best place to be is just going to be actually able to be a player. Keep rolling those dice, keep trying things. Because if you take your piece off the board, you're not going to be getting there, you know? And so might be rolling a 1 and moving slowly, but I'm at least playing the game, so. Oh, it's fun. It's fun to be playing with you guys. Like, a lot. I really, really genuinely mean that. It really has been one of the best parts is just connecting with everybody. And like I said, there is a genuine excitement. I want to see what you guys are making. You guys want to see what I'm making. Together we have cool ideas. Like, it's a good community. It makes me very, very, very happy. And I like seeing people, too, that, like, have met on my Discord and didn't know each other before, and then just get to see them geeking out about something. I'm like, yay. And you guys made a friend. I got to be a part of it. Alright, I'm gonna take this lid off. I'm being very careful, or trying to be very careful with this snow, because it's not set. But also kind of, the way I see it, the more I kind of mess around with it, the more organic it's eventually going to look, just by way of me poking and prodding at it. So I'm going to work on this base piece here, which is the topmost box, and it's the one with the wreath, and it's the base of the chimney here that the koala sits in. And I had this base color, and then I was a little messy with my green. Oh, in chat, I can't believe this started as a cardboard box. Thank you. I never want to lose that feeling, but it's still one of those where it's like, I know, and I made this, and it's cardboard, and that's thrilling. It never gets old. Never gets old. And it really doesn't matter, like, in the best way, who I'm talking to about what they made, but, like, if I see something, like Casey in chat, she does these really cool paintings, and a lot of them are on, like, boxes and on wood slices, and when I see her work, and I'm like, that was a tree, and now it's this character and it's alive. Like, that's super cool. Like, yeah, technique wise, I know how you did it, and I know what materials you used and that kind of stuff, but like there's a spirit and there's an energy, like, that where it fully becomes bigger than the sum of its parts. So I'm glad you geek on that wavelength too, because it's just like, this used to just be cardboard and fun foam, and now it's magic. And that is definitely an art vibe, and I don't know, it's cool. Like, if nothing else, like, I never want to lose that just feeling of, I took raw materials and turned it into something that I needed and wanted, you know? And so, yeah, when I see my friends do that, like, I get really excited for them and because of them, too. So, you know, I think that's one of the things, too, about Twitch is, like, YouTube is super fun. And I obviously love to make big cinematic things. And when I have a project that, like, I know wouldn't translate to live it's fun to put that over there. Like if it's just gonna be, you know, me sitting in front of a computer for hours or working on something that's just not live streamable, it's one thing. But like, there's something completely cool about seeing like something from beginning to end in real time. Like even as an artist, and like not to sound like a know-it-all, but it's like, yeah, as an artist, like who gets how things are done and understands the process, like you'd think that maybe it might not be interesting for go. Alright, I'm gonna give it just a couple seconds to see if it comes back. And I think that's everybody messaging me saying, hey, you're streaming ahead. It is what it is. We're gonna be here for you. Hooray, welcome back. Okay, sweet. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that it's doing stuff. I'm also gonna grab some coffee because I've got it right. And it'd be really sad to let this go to waste when it's just sitting there. All right. We're back, maybe. Thank you, everyone who is sitting through this with the trials and tribulations of good old middle of nowhere internet during a storm. Let's see, I've got some things going on. Oh, and hey, and grab it, you are in chat and just redeemed Hydrate. Does my coffee not count? I know the answer to that one already. I know that it doesn't count, so this one's for you. As I spilled that all over myself like a grown adult. Thank you for redeeming that one. I'm trying to stay warm. I don't know, maybe we're just cold today, but I did that myself to myself. Okay. This is big brain, don't it? Am I okay? Yes, I'm fine. Alright. I am great. I don't know what part you're questioning my okayness on. I'm gonna pretend it was just being a cool artist and not that I can't drink out of a water bottle. And in that respect, I'm great. I am fantastic. How's it going, and grab it? I'm using your brushes and they're cool. Oh, alright. Y'all making me be an adult. Yep. Alright, thank you for redeeming Stretch. It's nice to remember to sit up straight and to drink water. You guys do the same too. Like, make sure you guys, I'm gonna drink an extra sip of water just to balance out the coffee, but if you are crouching in front of your phone or your art or whatever it is that you're doing, also make sure you take a stretch and take a sip of water. In chat, I was going to say, you know it's not the same. Okay, good. Ah, yes. Well, I love how that just got truncated to you okay, which could say a lot about me. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for looking out for me. And then thank you again, Casey, for redeeming Stretch. In chat, glad you're doing good. We're doing laundry. Finish the snowflakes. Aw, did you make them all as a banner? I'm really excited. Quilting Koala and I left a snowflake kit with Little Sprout and her dad, and they were working on it. And they're super cute. They're like blue and silver and like craft, like that kind of pretty tan craft color. And they were turning out really cute when I was dropping off Little Sprout today. So one of those like, yay, Christmas! Okay, so I am using this, this is Decoart Snowtex, which I literally joked like a couple streams ago that I was running out of ours, and I wasn't sure if they had made it, this side of 1998. But then I was at a Michael's, and they had it on a shelf, mocking me for being a dork. But no, I was really glad because this stuff's cool, because it is like textured snow paint, and it just is magical. So as much flack as I give it, I needed it. Which is normally how my life goes. I love to make fun of these things that I then become dependent on. So, mock me, universe. See if I care. You think you can hurt me? I know who I am. So I am a snowtex. In chat, I actually redeemed hydrate because I know we have a problem of coffee equals liquid. I'm good. Yes, coffee is a liquid, and I'm good. I mean, not to be like, why do you think I put that as a channel point reward? I may know myself well enough to I know myself well enough to put it in other people's hands to help me be an adult. There you go. Those were some parts. But no, in reality, obviously, we all have our vices, and we all have our things that we need help with. And so I'm glad that, we're all being honest with ourselves, and y'all can help me be an adult. Casey says, I love snow paint, and I can barely find it anymore. Yeah, Michael's, the regular, the one by the old theater. Had it today. I was in there. Oh, it's been one of those weeks. I was in the craft store today because I was using the laser cutter, and then the laser cutter's camera needed to be realigned, which means I needed to get a piece of draft board so I could print the realignment grid so I could run the realignment thing, which means I need to clean the laser again. Even though I just cleaned it, I need to do it proper, like take the whole thing apart clean, if I'm gonna bother. And so it was like, we like to give it, we like to call it, if you give a mouse a cookie in, where like, the book, the children's book, if you give a mouse a cookie, he'll want a glass of milk to go with it. If you give him a glass of milk, he'll want a napkin. And all of a sudden you're like 37 things deep in a string of commands, and you're like, wait, this just started with a cookie, why am I here? Which like obviously happens a lot with like Little Sprout, because she's a child, a human child, and that's what they do. But I also find that that's like kind of a decent way to put executive dysfunction. Sorry, I forgot the like cold nose running there. Like just temperature wise. I like to describe executive dysfunction like with ADHD a lot as like if you give a mouse a cookie-ing, where like you're like, oh yeah, I needed to go to Michael's to get a piece of draft board to fix my laser cutter, and why did I need to do that? Blah, 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 blah. And like you're 37 things back in the chain of command, or the just string of commands, and you're like, how did I get here? But because I was in Michael's and I was looking at things, I found the snow paint, and I'm very excited about that. So, yes, this stuff is cool. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Every time I use it, I take another guess. I think it's sand, honestly. But it's gritty, like in that great way that stucco is, and so it feels like snow. Like I'm gonna glop that stuff on everything. It's like, oh, you want snow? There you go. Because it works. Oh, in chat, speaking of Little Sprout and giving a mouse a cookie, she's going through an eating spree tonight like you didn't feed her. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's, it's like, I'm sorry, my little hobbit, you only had 11 Z's and second breakfast and blah, 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 but sure. Like, as soon as I drop you off with another adult, you're like, what's there to eat? And it's like, you feed your child? I'm like, yeah, only like 11 times a day. You're in charge of 12 through 20. It's fair. But no, I'm very proud of her, and I'm glad she is healthy and loves to eat a balanced diet. And even with all her food allergies, like, I'm very proud of, the things that she'll try and her adventurous appetite. And I don't know, I just always get excited too, because like, I certainly didn't have the opportunity to try, sushi at a young age. And I think of things like, like when she, like we, that's one of the cool things too about like living in SoCal, is like there's just a lot of really cool food choices, and like her favorite soup is pho, and she loves sushi, and you know, cool. I'm glad I've got a happy, adventurous little kid. Oh yeah, right. And then I'm at Michael's looking at snow paint and looking at laser cut stuff, and then Ink Rabbit is like, oh, I need picture frames, and then had the wrong size picture in his head, and so I'm looking for dimensions. And yeah, no, just one of those like wait, brain reset as I'm trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing in a Michael's. Oh, are we doing balance for the holiday suit? You're gonna have to tell me what that means. I don't know what that means. Balance what? There we go. Cool. I am going to also take a stretch break and see if I can locate my special silly jar of paint. It's probably just right behind this box because that was the weirdest way to get out of a chair. Oh, I found it. Hooray! Okay. You get to see my cool sweater up close. I put it under my laptop. Hurrah! Knew I'd find it. There we go. Alright, so if you missed my, discombobulated ranting earlier, I mixed up a very specific color of paint. Vintage Christmas green. And I made a lot of it because I hate having to mix colors more than once. And I saved it in this jar. And then I put it somewhere and I couldn't find it. But then I found it. So, cool story. And I knew that if I stopped looking for it, that I would find it. So I find, and this is, let me know if you guys do this too, but I find that, if I'm looking for a specific item, my jar of paint, I find that I won't find it until I lost a second thing. And then when I'm looking for the second thing, I'll find the first thing. And so this obviously probably speaks a lot to my habits where I kind of always have to have something lost so I can have something found. But shush, we're not here to psychoanalyze me. We're here to tell the story. So I obviously, kind of always looking for something, always finding something. But we were looking for a piece of Little Sprout's dollhouse because if you're unfamiliar, in the middle of moves and just things are complicated enough when you're not crashing in between trying to find your own place again and that kind of stuff. So I'm very grateful and I'm not complaining. I just know that my head is always kind of overloaded when in the best of times, and so you add in any chaos to that and it just multiplies. So anyway, we're trying to find something for Little Sprout and we couldn't. So then, something else was missing. And when I was looking for item number 2, I found the piece from the dollhouse. And so, of course, I'm playing it up kind of silly with her, where I was like, oh, look, I found this thing when I was looking for the next thing. And she's like, oh, well, we just have to lose something else to find the next. And thought it was so funny. And she's like, quick, lose something so we can find the thing we're looking for. And I'm like, that's not quite what I meant. Not quite the lesson I was wanting you to learn there, little one. But on the other hand, at least for now, she can kind of roll with my eccentricities until I get my thing, my brain on straight. That's what we're calling it. AKA, I'm an adult who is learning. I am an adult who was diagnosed with ADHD as an adult, and I am unlearning and relearning how that means to be me. So, yeah, sometimes it's funny, and sometimes we also just kind of have to laugh at ourselves and make little games of things and learn how to learn. Those are words. We didn't balance for the holidays too, just being silly about what I'm feeding her. Little Sprout is wonderful what you found. It's holiday green. Yeah, it's holiday green. Oh, wondering what I found. I'm gonna assume that that's what you said. Yes, it is holiday green. This also, absolutely not sponsored, just one of the things I'm obsessed with. This was a jam before it was a jam jar that I used for holiday green, called Unicorn Garden, which was super cool. There's this jam company called Brins that partnered with the Met to make jams inspired by pieces of artwork, which I'm like, oh man, you know just how to 1-2 punch to my wallet. It's jam, which I adore, and it's famous pieces of artwork, which, and so Unicorn Garden's based on the unicorn tapestries, which are probably I don't know, probably my top favorite piece of art ever. They're super cool. It's a series of tapestries. And the Unicorn in Captivity, is super cool. But anyway, so I was like, oh, that's fun. Like, no, like, there was definitely a big part of me that was like, this jam company is like reputable enough that I'm like, no matter what flavor it is, it's probably going to be good. I'm going to be that person who like just blindly goes in. But then I read the flavor, and it's pomegranate, strawberry, and rose. And rose is like my top flavor. I know a lot of people say it tastes like perfume. Whatever, man. That's the hill I'm gonna die on. Rose is delicious. I love Turkish Delight. I love rose jam. I love rose syrup and milk. It's one of those where it's definitely not an American flavor. I'll argue that one. But it's a very Turkish flavor. It's a very Middle Eastern flavor. It's a very European flavor. And when it's done right, it's a really good flavor. And so then to have it balanced with strawberries and pomegranate, which pomegranate's also like freaking delicious. I don't know. I can't not smile when I'm eating a pomegranate because it's like you're eating a geode. Like every single one of the little like arils is like a ruby inside a, leathery rock. And I just feel like a big giant treasure hunter. Also like a fairy. I don't know. Like Little Sprout loves pomegranates too. And oh man, we've been very, very lucky. My dad, her Opa, keeps bringing home just crates of pomegranates that are like this big. And we've been feasting on pomegranates like every day. They're so good. So good. Oh, I also like rose gold as a color. Yes, thank you for pointing that out in chat. Sorry, my hands are cold. Also in chat, wondering, Little Sprout corrected holiday green when I repeated Christmas green. That's right, it's holiday green, which that comes from this. We were laughing because she was picking out colors, and I asked her if she wanted a green for her Christmas ornaments that she was painting, and so I told her that this one was actually called holiday green, and we both thought that was funny. So, holiday green. But then I mixed up a very specific holiday green and put it in a jam jar, and then got distracted talking about jam. Welcome to my art stream. I talk about how delicious jam is. But seriously though, it's probably one of my favorite jams I've ever had in my entire life. Which means, like, not to... Do you ever feel like there's like one weird thing in the universe, sorry, that like you kind of control, but it's like to your detriment? Like, just, you have the power to influence, but it never works out. I love limited edition things, like this limited edition jam collaboration, or weird flavors that Starbucks tries. Like, it's almost to the point where it's a running joke around here that if Starbucks comes out with a limited flavor, like the chili mocha or the juniper tree latte, then I'm gonna love it, and it's gonna disappear forever. And that's another one that, like, that's a weird hill I will die on, but the juniper tree latte was delicious, and I don't care that it tasted like trees. That's what I liked about it. But no one else seemed to like it for some reason. So yeah, Starbucks, if you're out there, bring back the tree drink. I want to drink a pine tree. I know junipers are not a pine tree, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna put this really close to my face, like somebody who needs glasses, for a hot second. What is the best carb the jams went on? I like this one on English muffins, like a lot. Like a lot. I really like English muffins. Pencil flavored jelly beans. Target butter. Are you right? Okay, so I'm gonna tell the Target watermelon cookie story. But Casey, if you would like to elaborate on the pencil flavored jelly beans, right? There's something about wood flavored things that just taste good. It's not around anymore. This was last year, I think. Maybe 2019. I don't know. Time means nothing. There was a juniper tree latte, and it tasted like juniper with like pine sugar sprinkles on it, and I loved it, and nobody else that I knew liked it at all. So, but no, I am sad you missed out too. You are also into the forest stuff and probably would have enjoyed it, but like I said, I wanted to feel like I drink. I know, BioJ, you did not like the juniper tree latte, and to you, sir, I say too bad. It was delicious. You don't know what you're missing out. It was so good. But the Target watermelon cookies. So y'all, if you're here, it was 2019. Ugh, I'm only mad because of the passage of time, the ever present and ever occurring passage of time. The Target watermelon cookies. You guys know those Loft House cookies where it's like the kind of just dough circle and then the really sweet icing on top. Well, Target, when I was in college, actually when I was in university, the Target near my apartment, my friends came over and we went to Target, and like adults, we bought a bunch of junk food because and my friend picked out these cookies and was like, "Can I have these?" I'm like, "Yeah, heck yeah, get the cookies on there." And they were Loft House cookies, but they were Target's brand, and they were miniature, and they looked like little watermelons. They were really cute. It was summer, so the little watermelon cookies. I fully expected them to just be decorated because Loft House cookies don't really have a flavor. They're just sweet. I love them. I know a lot of people are divided on whether or not they're good. I am team Loft House, so, I also like pineapple on pizza, so we can kind of decide whether or not this condemns me or not. But I fully expected them to just look like little watermelons. Well, we get back to my apartment, and we're eating, and these Loft House cookies were flavored like watermelon. Very, very, very American, very artificial flavor watermelon, but they were delicious, like a Jolly Rancher watermelon cookie. And they were the best thing ever. And so, it's one of those where it's like, oh, heck yeah, next time I'm going to Target, I'm getting these again. These were so good. Well, we went back to Target, literally the next day, and they weren't there. And we kept looking, and it kind of became one of those, okay, haha, maybe they were popular, just we can't seem to keep them in stock. And so we would look, and they were never there again. And years passed, and every summer we'd look at Target, and they would never have them. It got to the point where we're like, was this just a massive, massive group hallucination? Because they just never existed again. Well, almost a decade later, my brother finds this blog where somebody did a review on them, and it was just this, no shade to the author, but a very average blog, just not a food blog or anything, but they were also just kind of ranting about the, immediate appearance and then disappearance of these, cookies. We all just had this one wild day in, 2011, where these cookies existed for one day on this mortal plane, never to be seen again. And so, yeah, maybe that was when my curse started. Maybe because I partook, maybe because I can't speak English, maybe because I partook in the cursed cookies. Anything that I enjoy that is limited edition is cursed to not remain on this mortal coil. So, sorry guys, I ate a cookie in 2011 and now we can't have tree lattes. I don't doubt your peanut butter and jelly M&Ms. This is in chat, and Gravit says, you doubt me and my peanut butter and jelly M&Ms. It's more so that I like to, maybe for one moment, I like to believe I'm not the only one that was cursed with finding something that was delicious to then never have it walk on this earth again. See how it feels. It's a heavy burden to bear. Now you're part of it. Whether or not you believe in magic, I like to. I think there's just small things, that people have. I don't know, it's annoying, but I can tell right before my phone's gonna ring, but just enough so that I pick it up, there's no notification, and then I immediately put it down, and then it goes off. So I constantly kind of just doubt my sanity. So, maybe there are these little, curses and blessings to where it's you enjoyed these, but then, now they're not going to exist anymore, which I don't, want to think about it in a super ominous way, but more of a just if that's the trade-off, if that's what happens to me so that I can continue to have a good life on this planet, that I just have this weird trade-off of my limited edition flavors disappear, well then obviously yes, I will keep on keeping on. I don't think I did anything wrong to deserve a curse. It's more just like, you know, nothing comes for free. Oh, the molten chocolate Valentine Starbucks, that thing was delicious too. That was another one that went away. And I, like, obviously, this is also a lot of, like, correlation without causation. Like, obviously, Starbucks tries drinks, and they can't keep everything on the menu, and they try things, and if they don't work, like, you know. So, yes, like, but it also kind of seems like all the ones that I like don't stick around, which could mean I have a strange palate. Could mean that me and whoever's on the product development team and we're just vibing, and the rest of the community is just not. So, you know, currently just stinks to be us. So, to whoever you are, Starbucks employee who develops all the weird drinks that I so admire, keep on keeping on, because I will drink your tree lattes, even if nobody else does. Alright, so I'm just going to keep switching these in and out. Oops, try not to bang things here, and I'm trying to cover over this green, and, you know, it's slow going, because acrylic's hard to cover over sometimes, so we're just going to keep putting more coats on. Because I was like, nah, I'll be messy, and I'll deal with the consequences later, which sometimes works out, and sometimes does not, so. Whoops. There we go. Although already that wreath looks super cute with just the, just that little touch of snow on it. I think I'm gonna, I don't know what I want to do. I want to put decorations in the wreath, but I'm not sure if I want to sculpt them or if I just kind of want to block paint in. Very, very artistic terms here. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. If anyone else's team, like, I like everything Starbucks doesn't add to their permanent menu. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, gotta get that good Americana or folk art paint. Yeah, Craft Smart. You say sculpt, cool. Craft Smart does it, you know, 7 times out of 8, or 7 times out of 10. I know math. Math is good. Big numbers. Most of the time, this paint is good, but yeah, obviously acrylic is pigments in a binder, and sometimes they are more pigmented and they cover better, and sometimes they are less pigmented and do not color over as well. So, Casey says sculpt. Alright, maybe I'll get out some... Maybe I'll try the foam clay again. That was fun and new, and therefore, my brain's excited about it. So we've got our wreath, which obviously still needs a better paint job, but I'm gonna see if I can make... Uh-oh, can't open it. Oh, hey, look, there's a little tab that I was supposed to pull the first time, but I somehow got it off without that. Sounds about me. In chat, I still use Apple Bell Craft Smart only certain times I need the good stuff. No, it's true. Hold on, I'm gonna crinkle. There is an art in knowing where to spend your money and on what materials. Hold on, as I struggle with this. Okay, so foam clay, if you weren't here for the beginning, it's kind of like sculpting with bubble gum, and it's kind of neat. Wait, did you just find the link? Sorry, I'm gonna get wild. No, those aren't the same. It's cute though. Okay. If you're not in chat looking at this link, looking at a picture of a watermelon cookie, a Target deep in Los Angeles has watermelon cookies. Those are adorable. It's a sugar cookie with royal icing. It looks like a watermelon, but no, alas, those are not them. They were definitely Loft House cookies, and they were magic. But thank you, I appreciate that. That's the kind of weird rabbit hole research I live for. Like, I might not be able to solve all my problems, or any of my problems, but, you know, if we put weird research into things, we'll get some cookies. So I am taking this very bubblegummy clay, and right now I'm making some balls. And then I'm going to press them in and let them dry, and then paint them. Because I want little ornaments. I'm also checking the phone to make sure everything's good. Alright. I am being told that I need to The watermelon Oreo cookies were really close. They were A+ on flavor. They were just not the Loft House texture. That is true. But it's also an interesting place to be in my life where I'm haunted by a cookie. The ghost of Christmas cookie past or something. It's funny, like, you know, no flack to Oreo. They're not my favorite type of cookie, Oreos. Like, I like them. They're fine. But I will give them mad props for all of the flavor development they've been doing. You know, like, it's wicked smart marketing. Stop sticking to each other. Okay, so if these touch, they are impossible to separate. Just FYI, don't let them bonk each other. Alright, and this is also me getting violently distracted. Oh, those are... Yeah, those look like them. They are Loft House cookies and they are watermelon. Can I get them shipped to me? No, they're sold out. I think those are them. Internet wizard, thank you. Again, if you're not in chat or you're just joining us, I'm, you know, questioning my memory and collective sanity by recalling cookies that apparently didn't exist for years, but we may have just found them. Do you ever have that too, where in, like, the whole, like, mandala effect or whatever, where, like, things were one way, one place, and, like, half the universe remembers them as this way and half of them remembers them as that way, and you just kind of have to figure out what side of the, I don't know, which matrix you were in or whatever. That happens, and it's fun. Like the whole Berenstein Bears thing. Okay, so. Stap. Okay, I have made a bunch of things. I'm trying to debate internally whether I should just blop these on wet so that they mold to thing and then I paint them in place, or if I should let them dry. But then if I let them dry and then paint them, I'm probably have to hot glue them on so they actually stick. If I mold them on, then they'll be more, I don't know. Words are hard. Art is hard. This is me, I think I also might have made these a little too big. And I want them to be round, and then when I poke them in, they're not staying spherical. This is definitely the we're making this up as we go part of the evening, which is cool. I'm smushing this one around because I'm wondering if I can make it into a flower. Do you ever wonder what it's like to be an artist? Just pick something up and get wildly distracted by it. It's cool. It's fun. Who needs focus? It is very much like sculpting with bubblegum. They are in stock from a store in Florida. Hey, Grandma, can you mail me some cookies? I don't even know where in Florida. But then I have to use hot glue. You're not wrong. It's one of those where I think each method has equal pros and equal cons. And right now I'm just smooshing. Like, you can really see how smooshy this clay is, which is really good for the foam. I mean, for the snow. But okay, I'm gonna stop fiddling around with them and let them dry a little bit, and put on some more paint. Yeah, I don't know where that is. I don't know where Sanibel, Florida is. Any East Coasters know where that is? Hot glue is not the only glue. No, but the reason I said I would probably have to hot glue them on is just because when you're dealing with something that is so textured, and then something else that is then very not textured, is to just make surface area where there isn't any. That's what hot glue is great for, which is why people use it, and I respect that. It does. With it. That's still very wet. All right. So I am looking. You know what I'm going to do really quick? I'm going to crank up my heater. I might have to adjust the power settings. I'm going to run a 30-second ad. So if you're not subscribed, this helps me out. If you feel like subscribing, that would be awesome. If you are subscribed, you won't notice anything happen because all I did was run an ad and you are still here. So I'm just going to just adjust a couple settings while I run that so nobody else is missing out on anything. And see if I can get just a slightly better view of what I'm doing with my workspace here. Get the whole thing zoomed in a little bit better. So, thanks for being here. Several of you might actually now notice that you have subscriptions because I had a member of the channel here drop some really awesome gift subs. So shout out to Jingles. That was super cool of you last time. So if you notice that you're subscribed and you weren't before, you might have a cool surprise, a cool gift there. So it's also super duper appreciated. So all right, cool. I think that should just be the ad over. So welcome back. I am gonna keep my promise to myself and get my coffee. There we go. Hopefully now you can see my hands a little bit better. I had zoomed in. This is my problem. I had it zoomed in to do the detail on the koala, and I totally forgot to zoom out. So I apologize for that. I thank you to those of you who whispered or put in chat that you could not see, because obviously I kind of forgot that I had it zoomed in. So thank you. I obviously want you to get out of it. So, you know, what's worth watching. So if I ever do silly things like that, feel free to. I will never be upset if you're like, hey, I can't see, because it'd be really silly for me to just do the whole stream and be like, oops, nobody said anything. Must have been fine. All right, I'm going to come back to the koala here, which is funny. It's not heavy per se because of the foam, but the foam is very cold and wet. Like, you know, like how acrylic paint, or if you don't know, acrylic paint, when it dries, obviously the water is evaporating, and so it gets very cool, like just like when you sweat. Obviously this foam clay, because it is water reactive and is water based, must be doing the same thing. So it's doing that evaporative coolness. Little eye shines. Ha, that was cute. Okay, let's see if I can do them balanced and matching here. Little eye shines. It looks alive now. I'm so happy. Like, so cute. Look at his little face. I keep wanting to call him, like, Bernard. I'm not entirely sure why. Okay. I'm also going to try and balance this. It's kind of awkwardly awkward. Scientific term. It's an art term. Awkwardly awkward. Because it is very wet and kind of heavy. In the way that it's heavy because I know I can't touch it, so I can only hold it from certain angles, so then it's just awkward. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Where, yeah, like, it probably weighs 2 pounds, but... I still feel like he needs something on his face, and the sculpting is it's an okay. Like, I'll be honest, I'm not a very practiced sculptor, so I did a decent job. I'm not going to pretend like it's amazing when it's not, but I'm proud of it, so it's good enough for me. That said, I feel like it needs some painted details, and I'm just not sure what. I think that's kind of why I keep like wanting to put details on his face, and I'm not sure if they're like hitting right. It's also very hard to hold him. Yeah, it's not doing it. I'm glad you get me. I was thinking the like kawaii blush as well. Like, should it be in a white so it looks like fur, or like do we blush the cheeks in pink? Do we just go for it? If you were not an anime fan or dork and you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm talking about that like 3-line blush that like if you have a smiley face and then you like, oh, this is really cool here, have like a smiley face and then you come in with like pink and you do like three lines, or you can do like just a straight cheek like that, which I'm a fan of the 3-line blush. You know what? I think you're right on the pink. I think because there's already so much pink, it's not like it's gonna hurt it. It's not gonna be like, wow, where did that come from? Like, it's keeping with the theme, and then it adds that warmth, like we talked earlier about. Yeah, I know that's like microscopic, but I like cute cheeks. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Because koalas have jowls, like a bulldog. Not as flappy, but they have their nose, and then they have definitely like this, and then they have their little mouth. So like where a koala's cheeks are, like if I'm doing a face, I'm gonna put the lines like obviously like on a human right under the eye. I think maybe that's the problem I'm having. Oh, and Grabbit is also a fan of the 3-line blush. Now it's, yeah, hold on, let me move all these like balls out of the way. Here. Because I'm going to end up squishing them, and then these are eventually going to be ornaments on the wreath. But, no, don't touch each other. Stop it. There we go. Ah, perfect. Alright. Trying to set this down without setting it down. Like, I've got my hand in the most awkward position underneath this, and it's it's awkward because I can't sit it down because of the silly snow. I did this to myself. I am my own worst problem. It's cool. Like, maybe. It's kind of cute. I feel like the lines now are too graphic because none of my other lines are that good. Have I posted a Christmas stream schedule? I'm going to do my best to keep to my regular schedule. I feel like that just kind of works. So no massive deviations. If there will be, they'll be posted in my Discord. My brain does this every single time, so like, let me know if your brain does this too, but anytime I'm like, watch the changes, I think of Marty McFly at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance, where he's talking about the song Johnny Be Good, and he's like, it's in this chord, just watch for the changes. So that's what my brain does every single week when I talk about my schedule. So now you guys get to have that insight too. And now I have to replicate this on the other side, which is gonna be impossible. Cute little koala. Maybe. Also, the way I'm holding this has very like, I like lose all Shakespeare street cred. Like, I think it's Horatio. I knew him well. The whole like to be or not to be skull thing. Because I keep holding this thing and questioning my entire identity. And I feel like that's very Shakespearean. Hold an object and have an existential crisis. Oh my god, pink on my waist. Cool. So I hope that answered your question. And grab it. Yeah, I'm gonna try and keep to the regular schedule here. I think that warms it up a little bit. I still feel like his cheeks need something, and maybe I just need to mix up a custom color. Maybe that's my issue. Maybe dark. Alright, watch me just question everything. Yeah, that's the exact same color. Maybe that's what it is. I have a lot of white and gray going, but I don't have anything deeper. So I can add in a kind of tertiary color here. A little darker. Maybe that'll do it. Cool. Alright, back to I don't know. And I'm at that, words. Cool. Do you ever, what's happening is I'm stuck on something on this project. Like, it's his face. And obviously that's like the most important, but also like big picture. It's gonna become a sum of its parts, and I need to not worry so much about this one thing and let it, stop my progress on the whole thing. But it's hard when, like, you feel like one piece just isn't going great. So it just kind of feels like the whole thing's not going great. But, like, everything's going fine. I'm just stuck. It's like getting stuck in a boss fight in a game. And you're just like, oh, man, like, maybe this game isn't for me, or maybe I'm not good at this game. And then you get past that boss fight, and you're like, ah, no, it was fine. It was just that boss. That was just a hard boss. Which is my excuse for every boss in KOTOR. That was just a hard boss. All of them. Every single one of them. They were all hard. But no, so I'm struggling with this face, but in the way that I know that it will come together, and I just gotta trust the process. But I also know that this, like, I gotta get through it, because this would be a really easy place to just give up and be like, nah, I'll come back to it next year. And I don't want to come back to it next year. I want to finish it now. But that means giving myself, like, extra patience and a little bit of extra grace through this. So I know I'm not holding this at a good angle for you guys, and I apologize. I'm just going to get through this so I can go back to believing in my art skill again. So, one moment. Because I do believe in myself. I just, we took a detour at believing, and we're just pulling back into the parking lot there. So, metaphors. Alright. We're also going to probably take a break from the face so that I don't ruin it in the interim. Because that happens a lot too, where you're like, I'll just keep painting until it hits a thing, and then you overdo it. Unless I'm playing Dark Souls, and then what, every boss fight is hard? Or, no, I know I'm not a good enough gamer to play any sort of Dark Souls game, which is a bummer, because I would love to play, goodness, what is it? Fallen Order? That's the Star Wars Dark Souls game, right? The one that happens after Order 66, that has those scenes that they spliced in. I don't know, that's all I know about it. Is I've seen enough cutscenes to see some, like, really cool Order 66, like, supercuts, where it's Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith and Fallen Order and everything all spliced together, and just John Williams and emotions. So yeah, that's all I know about Dark Souls, is that one Star Wars game is like Dark Souls. So, but no, I know I'm not a good enough gamer to enjoy that. Like, I, for myself, don't care if I'm a good gamer by anybody else's standards. I care only in the, could I possibly play this game well enough to have fun? And if the answer is yes, then I'm a good enough gamer. Otherwise, I just, you know, I am how I am. And if I'm terrible by anybody else's standards, then too bad. I'm having fun here. And that's about it. Okay, sorry, I just had a bunch of messages. I needed to check on that. You hope not what? I missed that. Fish phone. Okay. Ink Rabbit, I don't know what your last message is referring to. Sometimes the chat comes in on delay, so. But yeah, that's my long and short of it, is I just want to be good enough to have fun by myself. I hope Fallen Order isn't like Dark Souls. I hate to be the bearer of that bad news, but I've heard it is, so. Thank you. I kind of assumed you would come in next with that tidbit, BioJ, because I was talking to you about it being like that. I don't want to cover up my kawaii smiley face there. Yeah. It's okay. That's why we watch other gamers play games. So I'm going to make a stack of things. Geometry, don't fail me. Cool. And I'm getting a paint on this. And it's not mine to get paint on, so let me move that. Here, foam clay. So hopefully y'all can kind of see this. I'm going to move some stuff back. Can we see this? Come on, camera, let me know. No, okay. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to be working on some, there we go, some details. And I want you guys to be able to see. Barely. Come on. Okay. Maybe I can paint like this. I'm still, you know, trying to find a setup that works really well for detail shots. And that's something that, if anyone has any, like, pro tips on camera setups for detail shots where it's like I don't have to lean in, but you guys can still see, I would love to hear them, because I feel like that's my, like, next hill. Hey, Jingles, how's it going? No worries, we had some massive internet issues, so I am kind of surprised we're here at all, and I hope I didn't just jinx it. So we are working on Christmas crafts on the eve of Christmas Eve. It's okay, Christmas isn't until overmorrow, so we are still fine, right? That's how time works. So, I don't remember if you have been on the other streams while I was working on this. This is my Christmas stack for my folks for Little Sprout. We're doing the mindful Christmas gift giving. So, you know, we've talked a lot about creativity within limits. And so the idea is, with littles in your life, and of course this could work for anybody, instead of, you know, going overboard at Christmas or, like, you know, that long story short, you give them something they want, something they need, something to wear, and something to read. And so you really focus in on, like, not going overboard, not, like, pushing anyone to any, like I've got a kid that gets overstimulated really easily, and then also, like, as a parent, it's hard to be like I don't want to do a giant Christmas, like, that's overwhelming for me. You know, I can show my kids that I love them with something very simple, like, and, you know, I like to make gifts, and I want them to be, you know, on the same table as something from the toy store. And I think there's been a huge cultural shift in really just kind of getting back to that, and not just having these, like, massive Christmas, like, obviously, like, however you celebrate, you do you. And I'm not trying to tell anybody how to do anything. I'm more looking at, like, you know, just what we want to do as a family. And, you know, I really liked this idea of really centering just, you know, the intentions of gift giving. So on that, since we knew we wanted to do this want, need, wear, read thing, I talked with my folks, and I was like, hey, well, you know, if we're going to kind of give Little Sprout, you know, the same kind of category of gifts each year, we should make, like, a reusable present box, because then we have, like, a tradition, and then I get to make something, and then it's, like, eco-friendly, and it's like, yay, hitting all these nice boxes. And so I am upcycling these 3 cardboard boxes into a reusable gift tower that will then become part of the Christmas decorations and become part of the tradition itself too, which gives me some nice feels. And yes, if you notice, the poem had 4 things and the tower only has 3. That's because the bottom box is definitely big enough to put 2 things in. I like to decorate in threes, and it just feels like a more balanced thing. Plus, there's no real rules to this because we're making it up. So, I'm really happy that you guys are going at it in chat about games, because I see Battle Block Theater, and I will catch up in 2 seconds and read chat. Right now, I'm painting a pink poinsettia because my brain is allowing me to focus for 2.5 seconds. So, welcome to the stream, and I'll be right with you. La 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 la. These are going to take like 7 coats because I'm painting over green. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm going back to chat. You forget there's a delay. I forget there's a delay. It happens. Yeah, Fallen Order is the or is the Star Wars Dark Souls. Going back to games really fast. You still enjoy Battle Block Theater with the lack of skill in jumping. I'd say, sir, you wound me, but no, I've learned. Like I say, I have learned that it doesn't matter how terrible at a game I may be. If I'm still having fun, then I am obviously good enough at the game to enjoy it. Battle Block Theater, though, has really shown me that I am very terrible at games that involve jumping. I don't know if that's some, like, psychoanalysis of my proprioception or what, but whatever, man. Still a fun game, even if I can't jump. Jingle says, I'm good watching some anime with the boys while I eat dinner. Nice. Wanted to make sure I had you running while I did that. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. I'm glad we're doing this. I probably would have spoiled. Oh, okay. So in Grabbit's going back to the mindful gifting thing. I probably would have spoiled her, but it also helps focus on what to get as well. And yeah, that's kind of the point. It's yes, Christmas is fun, and it's fun as a parent to go. And, especially like if you're like, oh, I'm going to, get my kid the things I never had, or I'm just going to go overboard. But like kids don't, like, yeah, they love to be spoiled. But I also think that honestly, it's just like the intention is there, and like no one needs to be stressed about money, and kids are going to have a good time. Like, as long as you listen to them, like you don't have to go overboard to spoil a kid. I think honestly, like the best way to like show a kid that you really that you really get them, and really spoil them in that way is just by making sure you're getting them what they want. Like, and it doesn't even have to be a money thing. Like, I can't afford everything my kid wants, but it's more. I see your. Luckily, there's no jumping in KOTOR. It's more of a like, can I really listen? And if they're really into something, even if I can't get them every game that they want or every whatever that they want, like at least having these gifts with like really, really good intentions, it slows you down, and it makes you think about like, am I just getting things because it's for Christmas, or am I really getting something that's gonna, make the impact and make them happy? And that's why I love that there is a read and a wear, because yeah, of course, like I clothe my kid throughout the year. It's not like I wait till Christmas to get her clothes, but like something to wear. So laughing, you guys laugh at me. Something to wear means like, we can go pick out something that maybe is a little bit more fun than practical, or has been something that we've been eyeballing for a while but didn't have the right occasion, or I don't know. It just, like obviously I can't say what we got her because I'm pretty sure she's listening to the stream right now, but after Christmas I'd be more than happy to show what we did for the wanting to wear read. But I like it. One, it keeps a limit, and 2, like I said, I think it really just focuses the intent. Ink Rabbit says he's more excited about the need and the weed. Right? The need one, actually, like, I understand that one is one of the ones that a lot of parents have, I don't want to say problems with, but it's like, well, what does my kid need? It's not like I'm going to put toothpaste in the, oh, she's not listening. Like toothpaste, and like, obviously, like, you care for your kid year round, so like, what do you put in for the need? But, like, that one is more, and I kind of talked about this on the last time I was working on it. It's like, well, if they start a sport, and, like, as a parent, it's like, oh man, if my kid wants to be in baseball, and now I've got to get a baseball glove, or I've got to, get camping equipment if they're in the scouts or something. Like, it's nice, to be able to, like, tell a grandparent, like, hey, we need a baseball mitt. And I think I just used that metaphor because Little Sprout's not in baseball. So it's easy for me to talk about without, like, spoiling anything. I also was not in baseball. I apologize to my poor father who played softball, and then I think the skills skip a generation because Little Sprout has much better proprioceptive abilities than I do, so maybe she'll play softball, but I did not. And that's okay. But yeah, like, I'm excited. And then, like I need an excuse to buy a book, like, ever, but I think, again, like, we're talking just kind of cultural shift as far as this is going, and not, like, making every Christmas about, like, massive, huge things that nobody can afford, but really just going back and appreciating, like, a book. Like, I don't know, I always appreciated books in my family, and I'm not, like, judging anybody who doesn't. It's more so the fact that, like, if we're putting this want, need, wear, read thing, and kids are getting excited about the book, and make it a tradition, that they're going to get a book, it's really going to help foster that love of learning and reading. And, like, I don't know, I think a book, in a lot of ways, is one of the coolest things to give somebody, because, and it's also terrifying, it's kind of that, like, mortifying ordeal, where, like, when you recommend a book, you're kind of recommending, like, a giant part of you. Even if you, like, didn't create that book, it's still be like, I read this and it, like, touched my brain in a way that I want you to have the same. You know, like with movies and stuff too. That's obviously, like, we're a lot of, like, geeks here that bond over media. And so, like, to see a reflective shift in gifting of books and putting the importance on that, you know, it, like, yeah, it makes my nerdy heart happy, but it also really puts that, just really that pride of, like, oh, good, we're gonna, you know, share stories again, and we're gonna share, like, hey, this story touched my heart in this way, and I, like, you know, want you to experience that as well. So, you know, good cultural shifts. Very excited. Plus, you know, it helps too if you can get a kid just as excited about a book as you can, like, a video game and a big toy and everything too, because they're just as much fun. I know they're not as flashy, like, I get it, but there's a lot, you know, there's a lot of cool books out there. Oh yeah, the Marvel books that Greg is referencing there is, they're, like, kind of little golden book style, but also just very storybook style. Marvel put out a lot of really cute tie-ins to their cinematic universe, where, whether or not you have kids in your life, like, I would highly recommend checking out, because they're cute. Like, there's a whole Groot series, and one of them's called, like, Night Night Groot, and they go camping, and, like, there's a bunch of Spider-Man ones that are super cute. Like, just, you can tell that the artist team over at Marvel's having fun. And as an artist, I appreciate when I can tell other artists are having fun. So it's like, even if it's not your genre, even if you don't have kids in your life that you're buying books for, I still think it's worth, like, you know, pawing through them at Target, checking them out, because you can tell that people are having fun with their job. And that is cool. I like I said, it's cold and my nose keeps running. So I apologize. I don't want to be gross. In chat, my problem with recommending books is I love series. So it's like, you ready for a commitment? Yeah, no, I get that. And you do love series, which is always hard, because it's like, yeah, I hope you really like this, because you're in it for the long haul. But then also, like, what a cool thing to, like, I don't know, connect with. And then also, I'm not gonna lie, like, seeing a shift in parenting trends and everything, because, like, I try and keep one foot in, like, the mom blog world, and I try and keep one foot in, you know, the art world, and one foot in the this and that and the other. And so, like, I'm also a, you know, book writer, and I have children's books. So I'm very, you know, very, very excited to see that people are doing the want, need, wear, read thing, and wanting books for their children, because it's like, do I have a recommendation? Yes, in fact I do, because I write children's books. So, you know, that's the marketing brain side too, where it's like, oh yay, we're appreciating books again, that's cool, I've got books. But yeah, in chat, there are so many cool books for kids to read nowadays too. When we were kids, we had very limited choices, and now you can read about any kind of genre you want. As a kid, I would have killed for the Werewolf Max book I got for Little Sprout. I remember asking my mom for a werewolf book, and she got me Junie B. Jones. Yeah, no, I mean, one, we got the internet. We can Google, like, werewolf books for kids. And, like, okay, also in chat, like, Junie B. Jones is legit pretty good, but it's nothing fantastical. No, that's, like, I respect that. Yeah, if you liked slice of life in the 90s, you were set. But if you wanted anything else, this is also Ink Rabbit's book recommendation hour. So I would recommend those. But yeah, like Grow Up Ant-Man and Beware the Flurkin is also very cute too. But also like the Flurkin's awesome. So. But yeah, they're charming, and I think, and this goes back into like a lot of things we've talked about, here on the channel. Is that like in this age of unapologetic nerd, we are having grown-ups. No, it's good, Ink Rabbit. I'm teasing you, but go ahead. We have permission societally to be like, hey, I like Spider-Man. I'm gonna write kids books about Spider-Man because everyone understands Spider-Man these days. And like, Spider-Man's the easy one, but like, we've talked about the like ABCs of D&D and like D&D 1, 2, 3, where there's like literal children's primers that are about geeky things. And it's not just, Dick and Jane, and it's not just, these things, I'm cold, that we had. And, we still had it pretty decently, but now there's everything. There's Star Wars children's books, which there's a series of Star Wars children's books, and it's cute because all the ones that are written are English, instead of saying like this is the English edition, it says Galactic Basic Edition on it, and that just makes me really happy. Yeah, so there's a lot of nerdiness that has permeated the zeitgeist, and like I didn't think about that as a side effect of things getting nerdier and getting more accepted, but that also means, cool, we're gonna gift books and it's gonna be popular again. I think also too, and this goes into my like cottagecore flavored rant, as we've all kind of gotten back to basics over the last like 2 years, and that's why cottagecore was so prevalent. I think also just a lot of the aspects of like hygge, which is Hyuuge, Danish word, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. That just is that like coziness, that simplicity of the warmth of a handmade mitten, and the like comfort of a good book on a rainy day, and these things that like are so very anti like the hustle and grind of American culture that we want to integrate. And so I am happy to see that we are gifting books as a like normal thing again. So yeah, there's that. I'm very happy about things like that. In chat, one of my favorites is What Makes a Hero, or What Makes a Hero is the title of the book. Focuses around Marvel female characters, and most of the qualities that they do aren't actually their superpowers, which is awesome too. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of books that have come out lately, and I'm very happy that they are leaning into like good representation. Like there was a kind of art book, but also like, with a good couple pages on each character of like all the women and female presenting characters in the Star Wars universe. And I own it, and then just like to buy it for my niece, and like to know that she's gonna grow up with that. Like she poured through it. My niece is 8, and just she's gonna have all of these like characters that weren't around when I was her age, and now they're just like, it's not only cool to like Star Wars, which is awesome, and we've talked about the kind of bittersweetness of that, but just like she's gonna have all of these like cool characters to relate to. Makes me really, really, really happy. Like honestly, I was just like geeking out about like I've been playing KOTOR, and I've been thinking about Pastila Sean, who is the major supporting character. Obviously, like if I knew my antagonist, protagonist, deuteragonist, all of those, I would know what she is, but we're gonna go with major supporting character. And it was, even back in 2003, it was great to have like a female supporting role, and now we've got like Ahsoka as the main role, and all of these. I'm so excited. And yeah, like in chat, Ink Rabbit says, "Oh, I loved hearing about the chapters that she read," and she powered through that book. She absolutely did. My little niece. But like also just as a culture shift to not just have like like, okay, first off, like, we absolutely stand Leia in this house, but to not just have, Princess Leia be the only girl Star Wars character is pretty freaking awesome. And it's just playing through KOTOR again, it's just been giving me all these Star Wars feels. Like, all of them. And it's funny, I joke, I'm like, oh, it's a problem because now I want to cosplay Bastila, and I joke that that's a problem. It's only a problem to, like, my budget and my, like, art time, but, it's a good problem to have, right? It's a good problem to be absolutely just bitten by that bug of a muse and want to do things. So I'm thinking about making that a sub-goal, mostly because just getting all of those materials and that kind of stuff. I need to, get some finances in line. But I'd love to do it. But it also kind of reopened up a whole big, and I know it's not Star Wars Saturday, and I probably will repeat this rant on Star Wars Saturday, but I'm going to do it now because I'm excited. It just kind of reawakened a lot of things that, like just goals and like life wants and stuff. And I've always wanted to do stuff with, like, the 501st, which, if you're unfamiliar, they're kind of the bad guys that do good. They dress up as Star Wars characters, and they are a costuming guild that is also, like, a massive charity guild, and they, go to children's hospitals, and they march in parades, and they're Star Wars characters that not only, like, exist to preserve the integrity of the Star Wars costuming universe, but also just to do good charity stuff. And I've always wanted to, like, ever since they started accepting face characters and not just, like, armored characters, I've wanted to be part of it. And there's, the good guys and the bad guys, and there's different, like, garrisons and all sorts of, like, it's a whole structure. But I've been thinking about doing Bastila and seeing if I'm good enough of a cosplayer to apply in the Alliance and do a good guy faith character for charity. I think would be really freaking cool. Like, really, really, really cool, and align with a lot of, like, goals that I have, and make them Star Wars flavored. So that's been something that's been rattling around in the brain cage, and has just really been, like I said, I obviously dedicating proper studio space and time to my craft and being allowed to do things, which obviously, like, as a mom gets hard, and as a single mom and a single homeschooling mom, and just, a grown-up in general, it sometimes is hard to prioritize the wants and needs, and so I'm learning to, try and figure out what it is I want to do and see if I can make it possible. So, one, thank you for being here and making these parts possible. This is really, like, just in the, like, just now 2 months that I've been on Twitch, so much has changed, and it's so much for the better, and I'm very, very grateful. But it's also, like, it's such a big mental shift too. Like, I can do things and have a community, and we can support each other, and we can grow, and, like, this is really cool. So I've been doing some thinking, just kind of about what 2022 is going to hold and where we're going to go. So I really, really want to do some charity things, and that can be, like, charity live streams, it can be 501st stuff. Like, it's something that means a lot to me. I love to be able to give back, and I know that I can't, like, it's one of those where it's like, yeah, if I could be a eccentric billionaire, I would do it that way, and if I can't, then I'll just do it, like, in this geeky way. So we'll just kind of see where it takes us. But I am looking forward to just continuing to improve my craft and see where the art takes us all. I had a message from it. Didn't know when really fast. Okay. I'm trying to make sure this stays in stream. There's been so much experimenting, and it's great. Just really even just trying to get camera setups and pushing both myself and, like, the bus to its limit. Like, I think in some ways even I forget that this is a school bus, and the fact that I can live stream out of it is pretty cool. And yeah, just have fun with it. So I'm just gonna keep on painting before I get really emotional, because I love you guys. And I'm doing cool things. I hope you are also out there doing cool things. Even if cool just means enjoying the cold winter, because I'm doing that as well. I still, in the best ways, can't believe that Christmas is over tomorrow. So, I hope that that's good, for everybody that celebrates. And if you celebrate differently, I hope that your holidays are gentle and filled with love and light in however ways you need them. Because I know this winter can be very dark, especially with a difficult year. And so I hope lots of love and light have come your way. Okay. Oops, let's not smash things. It's funny, all the little ornaments that I kind of keep forgetting about look like little snowballs. And now I gotta figure out how to paint this beast. This one always gets in the way of itself. I think that was just gray. Or did I mix a custom color? I hope I didn't mix a custom color. So I'm going to be doing, you know what, it's this gray now. That's what, I tried to only mix the one color because I know myself. And if this is wrong, well, then now that's the base color. Acrylics are weird because they always dry so much darker than they appear. Not as bad as like ceramic glazes where they're like very chalky and you have to just kind of guess. But, they're close. So we'll just do a little this. We'll just make it look smoky, which was kind of the point originally. So we'll see if we can get back to that. Anyway. I know a couple of you were working on some art when we first jumped into the stream. A couple others have some anime going. A couple others are playing video games, but I hope that all has good energy for you. I know my little sprout is playing Animal Crossing right now, which I'm glad that game is still super fun for her. I know my mom has been having a fun time with it too. I haven't put quite as much into it as I thought I might have. I really enjoyed Happy Home Paradise, though. That was fun. There's a couple games coming out that I'm interested in, or that have just come out or recently come out, or, I'm not always the most up to date, but it's cool. Take things at my own pace. I have a lot to keep up with, and, you gotta pick and choose, so it's all good. Oops. So that's my little fireplace. This one I'm debating because I had originally wanted to do the brickwork like I had done on the wreath over here, but then the fun foam bricks all over would have been too much. So I'm kind of deciding or debating internally if I should paint bricks on it, and I don't want to regret it, but I also know that I could just go back to the fog gray if it doesn't work out. So I'm kind of thinking about putting some work into that. Because I'm at this weird point where, it needs a little bit more detail, but I also, don't want to overdo it. If that makes sense. It's a fine line. And then I feel like I can leave the middle one plain, because I was low-key thinking about putting, shiplap on the middle one. But I think if that one's plain, and this one's painted, and it's kind of a indirect progression of detail, it'll be fine. So I'm going to mix up a custom color, because I like making my life complicated, apparently. And see where it goes. It's still definitely raining, which I'm kind of surprised that my internet's held. So, again, if I disappear, that would be why. So I'm going to mix a little bit of fog gray with a little bit of deep gray. And I'm also going to water that down because I want kind of a cartoony line. That is dry. Okay. There's a style I'm thinking of in my head that I'm blanking on exactly how to describe, but I'm just looking for a light, lower opacity line work. Maybe it'll come to me or one of you as we journey through this together. The style that I'm thinking of. So I think I'm just going to kind of freehand some bricks. See what happens. Luckily the bricks... Nope, that's too wet. That is also too wet. I'm kind of referencing my other bricks to off to the side. That's what this is. I want like a thin line so it isn't... My brain is like, I want a thin line so it's not thick. And I'm like, thanks, brain. Is that the best we can do? I want a thin line so that it's not like actually thick in the texture of the paint. But I want it to be opaque enough that it's actually like worth it. So that's what we're I'm also trying to hold this where you guys can see. Because I don't want a bunch of buildup. Because acrylic's great for that, but also terrible for that. Like, it loves to build up. So I'm trying to get it in like one line. I'm trying to keep them kind of straight. But, you know, also they're bricks. But I might need to hold it this way. And yes, you may be thinking, but Catherine, you could have grabbed a ruler. And to which I would respond, you were absolutely right. And I could have marked off. But I think there's something also just, like, I want this to look vintage hand painted, and I'm like not saying like, oh, it's vintage so it needs to be like off and wonky. It's more I want it to have a very hand painted charm to it, and that's you know, that's how we're choosing to have it do. Hopefully it works out. So I'm just gonna draw in my bricks. So that was almost too thick. So just doing a little stair stepping up. Trying to keep the bricks looking like bricks. To debate how I want to do this last one, because long continuous lines can be tricky. Normally I kind of just lock my, like the edge of my hand along the box and just kind of glide, and then assume the box is straight, because, you know, something has to be, right? Maybe. I'm relying on the box. It's not me. So there we go. Kind of how I do lines. And then you can see that we're kind of getting some good bricks. They feel like bricks. They resemble bricks. Which is good enough for me. Like I said, we're going with that very vintage, hand-painted charm. A bit more water. And I'm just mixing in good old paint water to get what I want. Oops. Cool, that's close enough. There we go. And then, yeah, the trick with bricks is just kind of to make a long rectangle and then divide it up. And then just offset them, because then it looks like bricks. It looks like somebody knew what they were doing. It might not be me, but somebody. And ta-da, bricks. I'm just going to paint in just enough. What I'm hoping is that I get just enough details that it looks intentional and not so much that it's overworked. I think that's that fine line. Especially when I've already got a lot going on this. Like, each layer already has like a lot of motifs to it, but simultaneously like not that much. I think that was the kind of weird zone I was hitting, where it's like, yeah, I've put a lot of work into this and there's a lot of things going on, but it's also just still kind of just a box. So that's what I was hoping that this would affect, or this would help with. So hopefully it's doing what I need it to do. I'm going to tie it all in by painting this little arch eve thing the same color as the grout. And that'll also help cover any of my, like, oops, I colored outside the lines bits. And then we should be good. Just kind of blend it out. That's much better. And we're going to set that aside. Yeah, look at that. Cute. You know, it's slightly wonky. That's okay. Don't worry. And then I think really it's coming down to just getting the details right on the stockings. And then a little bit more on this. This one's kind of low-key giving me stress, is the garland level. Just because the paint is taking so many coats to build up, and it's just taking time. Which, like, nature of the beast. I'm not, like, surprised. It's just a thing. So we'll see if it's dry enough to go put a second layer on. Especially these poinsettias, because I want these to really pop. And if I had thought about it prior to painting them on, it might have been cute to do these out of paper or felt or something and make them 3D, but it kind of goes back to that, like, fear of why I didn't want the stockings to be fabric. Is I wanted this to actually last, and I worried that if I put anything that, like, the moths could eat, that they would, and then I would have that problem. So that's kind of why I didn't do anything like 3D that wasn't epoxy sculpt. Was just for its longevity. I figured if I'm gonna make this, make it once, and hope for the best. So, that's my thought. So I'm just really trying to build up these poinsettias, because right now I don't think they look like poinsettias. Balance, please. But I should be, and this is the kind of project that actually fits my brain really well, because there's a lot of jumping around. So thank you for keeping up, and I apologize if it's a little all over the place, but that's just kind of where we are. Squirt out some more paint. And get some more layers on this. I'm still trying to cover up the middle section here on this wreath. I accidentally got green paint on it, and I'm paying the price. But really, with every time I go in and do this, it's getting better, so I can't really complain. It's just taking time. Good things take time. That's one of the things I really try and, like, instill in my daughter and little Sprout, is that good things take time, and they do. They really do. But on the other hand, I'm trying to learn my own lessons too. Like, just because I know it's good advice doesn't mean I always 100% take it. Trying. Okay, that's already looking better. Like, it's getting there. It's really getting there. Maybe. Sneak back. Okay, so I did, speaking of Little Sprout, I did promise her that she could paint her stocking. So if you are wondering why this one has remained unpainted, like this one this entire time, it's because I promised it to her. So I get to paint this one for Oma and this one for Opa, but I promise Little Sprout that one. She wanted to help me paint the whole thing, but we talked about it. And also, you know, it's one of those where it's already been 3 hours on this today, and this is at least the third time I've streamed this. So, like, I'm trying to honor both her, like, want to help with the attention span, and then also just the, like, sorry, I'm losing my mind, losing my paint. You know, like, I want to have the good, like, to be able to put the good effort into the part that will have the impact for her and not get caught in all of this. Like, obviously, yes, I want her to really learn that, yes, good things take time and you have to put good effort into stuff. But there's also the, like, here, I can save you the fun part on this because you don't have to, like, slog through the lesson every single time. If that makes sense. Like, you know, honoring just the fact that she wants to be involved. Because, like, on her own projects where it's hers start to finish, she'll put in the good work. But yeah, I didn't want her to lose interest in this one because I knew it was going to be a beast of a project here. So, you know, just saved her the good part. I'm excited to see how she does and what she does. More importantly, what she does, because I know it'll be fun. It'll be very her. It was really cute. I made some gift tags for her Want, Need, Wear, Read at her dad's house, and I incorporated her art onto them, and that just... I did them on the laser cutter, and one, I like to play with toys. I really do. And I'm very lucky and have some fun toys that I can play with, that I have access to. And so just being able to, like, scan her artwork in, vectorize it, slap it in the acrylic with the laser cutter, and just watch it, like, come to life that will never get old. And so I appreciate that technology, being able to do those things, especially as a parent. I'm like, my baby's drawing. So that was cool. And so, like, I also love, you know, kind of showing her that her artwork is, you know, worth incorporating. And there are a lot of artists that collaborate with children or their children, any children. I think one of the things that we talk a lot about kind of universally in that is, you know, just, you know that they want to be involved and you trust their artwork and their tastes and everything, but it's also just the, you know, this is also my project, and can I give up that control to have them be involved, and then, you know, give up on that, like, but it's my artwork and I want it to be perfect, and, like, it will be perfect if you trust them. But it's hard as a grown-up to share, I think. I mean, heck, it's hard as a kid to share. But, so, like, being able to be completely okay with, like, okay, this is mine, and I've put, you know, 16 hours into it, and I'm going to hand it to a child, and am I really okay with them painting it however they see fit? And, like, I want to say, oh yeah, no problem, I love my kids, it's easy. But that's the parenting side. The artist side is like, don't mess it up. And being able to step back and say, yes, I trust you, go ahead, is hard. We did that when we were working on, sorry if I crinkle under the brush, the first time we painted something together. So sorry. Like, not like on a, like, we've done a lot of, like, 2D collaborations, and, like, it's fun to paint something or draw something and then have her, you know, work on it, or, you know, to play, like, what is it, Exquisite Corpse, where, like, you draw the head and then they draw the body. That kind of thing is fun, and those are the exercises that build up to this trust. But I think the first time I, like, realized I had to, like, give over control was on the Dream Creeper, which is right here, so I'm going to talk about it. And so this was a sculpted face that, and a pattern that the artist, The Busy Mockingbird, Micah Hendricks, made, and Little Sprout and I worked on it together. So I sewed the body and I did the base coat, and then together we painted the face. And so you can see the flowers that Little Sprout did. And that was hard for me to give over control because I was like, it was one thing to be like, hey, Little Sprout, what colors do you want? Be like, yes, that's collaboration. Or, hey, should I paint this side of the face purple or this side of the face? But like that true collaboration when I like handed it over and said, okay, yeah, paint all over my work, like, please, was super rewarding, obviously, in the end. But it took a whole, I think, it, like, there's these things, like, especially in parenting, I find that, like, just push you in ways that, like, they're not difficult, if that makes sense. But on the other hand, like, they are difficult because it's not a choice you were really thinking about having to make. And as an, like, with this one, like, being an artist and being really happy with work and then, like, handing it over, a lot of people would be like, oh, why'd you hand it to your kid for them to, like, deface it? Or what if they had ruined it? And big picture, it's just paint. I can paint over it. But, like, I hope that Little Sprout feels the same way I did, but, like, I'm very, very proud of the collaboration we came up with. And, like, her flowers are darling, and it really adds to this guy. And, I'm glad I trusted her, but it was still terrifying. And, even though I've learned that lesson, it's still one of those where I'm about to do it again. And there's still that, like, now it's 75% of my brain is like, oh yeah, no, we know it's going to work out. We're proud of our kid. Like, go brain. But there's still that artist part that's like, but I've been working so hard on it. And I'm also a control freak. And I'm also, like, so it's good. It's good to be outside your comfort zone in that respect. And it's good to, trust another artist to collaborate. And it's not just like, oh, they're my kid, but like opening yourself up to collaboration. I think it would feel the same way. It doesn't really matter who you're collaborating with. Like, there's a pressure. I think no matter if you're the more skilled one or the less skilled one, I think everyone kind of comes into that partnership with this like weird weight. But what's cool about kids is they don't as much. And so it's more of I need to stop worrying about like, what if, like, quote unquote, what if my kid comes in and like ruins it, and more of I need to think more like her, because she's just coming in and she's just going to paint what she wants, and she's not overthinking it to the way that I am. And I'm hopefully allowing that to thrive, and hopefully allowing her those opportunities to just come in and be an equal partner on something, and be like, nah, your collaboration is. So it's I think it's a learning thing for both of us, and I get just as much out of collaborating with her as I hope that she gets out of collaborating with me. And I hope that when she's grown and looks back, she'll go, oh my gosh, like, my mom trusted me to just let me paint on her thing. And I hope that really is something that's really, truly special to her, because it's definitely truly special to me, even if it's, like, terrifying. But I feel like that's how you know it's growth and how you know it's, like, good, is if it is slightly terrifying. Like, again, not in the way that hurts anybody, and not in the way that, like, invalidates boundaries or anything. It's just in the way that, like, you learn about yourself and you learn how to push yourself and grow by doing things that are slightly terrifying. So I'm going to add fur to this stocking with the Snowtex paint, because it looks like fluff and I love it. And that's my my segue back to, oops, I should probably be working. But I'm also going to be taking Epoxy Sculpt at some point, and sculpting little gifts to put in these stockings. I just haven't. So that's why the tops of them are open, if you can see that. I know I've got some weird angles tonight. We're brainstorming ideas. I've got pretty decent, excuse me, I've got a pretty decent handle on, like, my game streaming, and anytime I'm, like, doing digital art. Still kind of workshopping this handheld, like, hand cam thing. Still feel like I need another camera, but I keep getting in the way of my face cam. It's a work in progress. But that's life also. So. And, it goes back to that thing where we were talking at the beginning, where if I just stopped because it wasn't quite right and waited till it was good, it may or may not ever get there. And at least I'm working with what I got. So I'm also gonna put, maybe, come on, get off the paintbrush. I just talked to the paint for a second. Come on, baby, you can do this. I want a pom-pom. Nice 3D, kind of blobby, kind of cool looking. fix it. I gotta appease the paint deities. Come on, you can do it. For me, please. Blop, blop, blop. Okay. Big intellectual discussion about collaboration, how it opens ourselves up to our inner fears, and then blop, blop, please work. There we go. All right, big brain time. Ta-da! So that is one of them. I still kind of want to add monograms to these, potentially, or... But I don't know. Quilt and Koala, if you're still in chat, obviously the pink one is yours, and the green one is Opa's. Do you want O's for Oma and Opa? Do you want Oma and Opa written on them? Do you want your actual initials? Or you want it to be a surprise, and I get to make it up? Actually, I think writing Oma and Opa might be good. So, if you don't respond, that's what I'm going to do. But I'm going to fix the pink here. It didn't come out right. Cute. Dum-dum-dum. Frickin' me. Oma and Oba, thank you. Also, hi. I was just wondering if I had lost chat because of the storm, so thank you for the answer. Also, if you were to pick a background pattern, wow, I very nearly got paint on my sweater, I dodged that. If you were to pick a background pattern for yours, like little hearts or stars or snowflakes or something, what would you pick? I think I'm going to do Opa's with stripes, because stripes are cute. And then I'll monogram his name in white, I think. Okay. Plaid. Plaid on yours? Or plaid on Opa's? Little Sprout suggesting stop before it gets too late. Well, thank you, baby. Luckily, it's only 9 o'clock where I am. I mean, 9 o'clock where you are as well, but I can't speak for everyone. So it's not super late, although it is getting late for a certain little someone's bedtime. I'm going to do plaid on Opa's, or tartan. Plaid like the proper Yank that I am, tartan like the Brit I was raised like. Well, how is everyone feeling as far as time goes? Because we were talking earlier about just kind of Christmas schedule and all that. I'm going to try and keep cool. And the only reason I'm not going to do plaid on yours, Oma, is because I've got so much else going on it. I don't want to overdo it. But I do want a little bit of a background pattern. That's why I was like, if you want a nice dotting or something. Ooh, roses on yours. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Pretend like I can paint. Theme of the evening. So the Christmas schedule, I'm going to kind of try and stick to my normal Christmas schedule. Keep Star Wars Saturday, all that going on. But how is everyone feeling tonight? I've got a little bit more energy in me. I'm going to keep it going, but I also want to make sure it's a nice length for you. So if you guys are feeling it, let me know. And if you still need the companionship or the talking, I've still got energy. So Hopefully everyone's projects that they were working on earlier are going well. Casey, if you're still on chat, hopefully your drawings and everything that you were working on off and on is going well for you. And whatever you are working on or watching, hopefully it's good. Speaking of watching, I need to get on the nerd train, choo-choo, and get on season 2 of The Witcher. Oh, and Gravit says in chat, we're about to watch Bluey. She says, good night. Good night, little Sprout. I love you, baby. Enjoy Bluey. Yeah, I got some watching to catch up on. I know all my friends were watching The Witcher. And I'll admit, I'm like 90% just on the, my brain blanked. I'm just there for Yaskier. Like, you know, everybody else is cool, and I genuinely care about the story, but I'm mostly there for my baby bard. Ooh, are you playing Pokemon Diamond? Nice. Brilliant Diamond, the new ones, or the original? BTW, where can I find a man like Bluey's dad? No kidding, Bandit? Like hashtag, like parenting goals. Bandit and Chili, the parents from Bluey, are just very genuine, and I love them. That whole show is just really like, not only parenting goals, just like people goals. If you haven't watched the Australian children's programming that is Bluey, I highly recommend it. I'm trying to paint flat on a sock. And Grabbit says I was playing Pokemon Sword, thinking about buying Diamond and Pearl for me and Little Sprout. Not to show my like lack of knowledge. Was that the same generation that Platinum was? Bandit's totally dad goes, right? Platinum was my first Pokemon game. I was very late to the entire Pokemon thing, which is fine, you know? I've had many a discussion, especially in the last little bit, about turn-based games and whether or not I am okay at them. Turn-based games and me, an essay on why things are difficult in my life. I don't know. Okay, I'm painting a sock in plaid. Right now it looks like a weird wire frame. It'll come back. What were you watching, Jingles? What anime were you partaking in? For now, right? One never truly stops watching anime. Holiday green. Okay, I'm thinking. I'm trying to paint plaid, which is always a little bit of a like, yeah, just cool. I have a bunch of friends that are into JoJo. I have definitely slept on it, and you know, but it looks cool. What anime are you watching? Bluey, right? And we were talking about how I am trying to get caught up on The Witcher over the holidays so that I don't miss out. Other than that, it's funny, like I like to watch things a lot, and I feel like I always have a watch list, and then sometimes I go to watch things and have no idea what I actually want to like partake in. Gotta keep a list, like, accessible somewhere. There's, that new anime movie that I really want to see. The one... Wow. The main character's got, like, the pink hair. Because that narrows it down. It looks... You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me a lot of, like, Paprika and that kind of style of movie. It's a movie, not a show. The main character's name is Belle, and it's, like, that MMO thing. Yeah. Not to sound like a person who doesn't know what they're talking about, but I saw the trailer for it before Spider-Man, and I want to see that one. Anyone want to help me out? Also in chat, I feel like JoJo is a hit or miss show. I feel like it'd be too weird for some people, but not as weird as other anime can get. Kind of butchered my reading there, but no, it's true. I like the costumes. I like the poses. I like that it just leans into its weirdness. I can appreciate that. Like, I think we're at the point too where it's just like, hey, lean into it at this point. Like, if it's too weird for people, too bad. You know, just let's go for it. I think that's the energy that I like about JoJo. I just haven't watched it. Oh, you do need to watch Paprika. In chat, I need to watch Paprika. I've missed out on a lot of really good anime films over the years that I need to make time for. Paprika's amazing. That's still just like top 3 for me. Casey says, I want to see Mirai. What is Mirai? Is that the one I was talking about? I don't even know it. Because I don't remember the title. I want to see. Yeah. I'm just struggling with the box. I also have this jar of paint that I keep thinking is my water, and it is not, and it's getting frustrating, and I need to just move it, but I know as soon as I'll move it, I'll like autocorrect. Highlight my message. Bluey or Pokemon? Little Sprout is asking. Watch Bluey! Although, I know you guys are working through the, one of the Pokemon series, so. No, Bluey. We've been talking about Bluey. Bluey sounds fun. Also in chat, I never watched Ghost in the Shell either, but I've been making my way through the standalone complex with Snyder. Nice. No, there's some cool stuff out there. I had this like flash of something I wanted to recommend in my head and then lost it. So it'll come back. We'll be, you know, elbows deep in a different conversation. I'll be like, so what about that anime? I'm also mixing up a custom shade of green over here. Casey says, I'm not sure if I've heard of the one you're talking about, but it does ring a bell. It's gonna bother me. I'll look it up really quick. I gotta get up a keyboard. Big honkin' keyboard. Oh, is it really just called Belle? Yep. I was like, hey, the one with the main character named Belle. It's just called Belle. Belle. It comes out in January, but it looks really cool. Like I said, I saw the preview prior to Spider-Man, and it looks really neat. So, I'm pretty sure it has Beauty and the Beast kind of symbology and vibes and flavor, and I'm always down for that. So there we go. I'm glad it was, I'm glad it was named after the one thing I could remember and still couldn't remember what it was called. Go me. Well, that sounds like the 5-year-old that I know. Good night, Little Sprout. Alright, so I've mixed up a nice mint. And this is a mix of my custom color cut with a little bit of holiday green, and I'm going to try and do some tartan lines here. I've got one of those like nice long brushes that should make nice lines, but that still means I'm scared, because painting's hard. I'm also trying to put this where you guys can see what I'm doing. That looked smoother and way more confident than it felt. Hey, you're with Des. Hey, Des, how's it going? You know what this brush reminds me of? You know the people that do like the traditional sign painting and they've got bristles like this long and they just do one swoop and it's all gorgeous. And they don't question their strokes because they are absolute masters. Yeah, that's the vibe I'm hoping for. I really have anxious artist. I gotta do it in 2-stroke vibes. it's happened. Okay, 1, 2, skip a line. It also might be better if I could see what I was doing, but one. Also, painting a pattern on a 3D object where the object is folded. I'm just pretending I know what I'm doing. That's all art is. There we go. And we're getting there. We're getting there. So if I get that one, I'll stop to myself because I gotta figure out where I'm off putting this on. Paint on my brush. Come on. I only mixed up the smallest amount. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Proud of myself. Did a thing. Gonna have some coffee. That's resembling. It's resembling plaid. Or tartan. Depending on where you are. Thank you. I'm really happy with how these are coming out. Again, I'm saving the blank one for a little scrap for self to paint. We talked about that. Involvement and collaboration. And then this one is for Oma, and this one is for Opa. So as soon as this dries, because I'm not going to dork it up by dorking it up, I'm going to put their names on them. But Oma wanted roses on hers as well. So I'm going to mix up just the tiniest bit. You know what? Actually, I might use this one straight because I have been mixing. And I know what roses look like. I don't know, is that, like, does that happen? I know a bunch of you guys in chat are artists, so does that happen to you guys too? Where you're like, yeah, I know what things are. I live on this planet. I observe things with my eye holes, and then you go to paint them and you're like, I don't know. I've never seen a rose in my entire life. Or is that just the imposter syndrome? Okay, I also keep making this too wet. Stop it. Those aren't even going to show up, are they? I'm going to do all this work and they're going to be too subtle. It might be for the best. No one can tell if I messed up if they can't see them, right? Maybe not. There's a fine line. Yay! Artist solidarity. I swear we live on this planet. We know what things look like. Just, I don't know why you're asking us to replicate them. Oh wait, you're asking us to replicate them because we're visual artists and we're like the keeper of the stuff on this planet. Hold on. I'm gonna paint over those. It didn't go exactly as planned. La 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 la. Ooh, it's really coming down. Like I said, I'm going to talk about the weather because I live in the desert and we don't get weather. So we're actually getting weather. It's raining. Can you hear it on the bus? There's rain on my roof. I was hoping for snow, but I'll still get just as excited about rain. There we go. Maybe. Hey, Colton Koala, can I do holly on your stocking instead of roses? Because apparently I don't know what a rose is anymore, but I can do holly, and I know I can do holly. Maybe? Plus I've got this beautiful holiday green mixed up. I made a custom green. I'm gonna drink some not coffee while I wait for an answer. Can you guys hear the rain? Or my hands too. Oh, I wondered if you guys could hear the rain. It's really coming down on top of the bus, and I'm very happy about it. Yay, Holly is good. Okay, cool. Holly is good. And can you hear the rain? Tell me you're from the desert without telling me you're from the desert. Okay, Holly is good. Now I have to actually do Holly. Plus, my thought on Holly. Cool. My thought on Holly too is I painted a ceramic koala for my mom last year, and it had Holly on it. So now they match, and it's like I planned things. And these may be more like sprigs of something else too, because I just said I could paint Holly. They're cute. You know, it's cute. It's a vibe. I should just go with it. As long as it turns out fun. Yeah, it's probably too subtle to pick up on the mic, which is good because it's really truly background noise, and I don't want my mic to pick that up. But on the other hand, let my excitement just tell you how good that rain sounds in this poor desert town. I also know I'm like totally taking this back where you guys can't see, but I'm sorry. Gotta paint these details. Yeah. It's either like lean awkwardly into my face cam or paint awkwardly. So it's like choose your own adventure, awkward edition. So I'm just taking this little tiny brush and making Holly. Because Holly's cute. And then I can put little berries, and then it'll have kind of a like little polka dot. And then when I go to put a name on top, there'll be like enough background that it gives me something interesting to paint. Oh, rain, don't stop. That's kind of how desert storms do, though. Oh, cool. Jingle says in chat, we had my sister on my friend's podcast recently. I'll share the episode when it gets uploaded. That's cool. That's fun. If you can talk about it, what was the theme of the podcast? Because now I'm curious, like, was your sister a guest spot for expertise or a guest spot just for the fun of it? Because either way, that's super cool. Alright, gonna be awkward on the camera angle here. Okay. Look at the little hollies. Put a couple around the sides, make it look like the pattern actually like does a thing. Cool. Right now they kind of look like little cilantros, which makes me happy too, but for totally different reasons. Okay, there we go. That's coming out cute. I think I'll do this color. Oh, nice. No, in chat we talked about how she's a girl nerd and what she's gone through in the nerd community growing up. I am glad that that is being talked about. You know, and like even just for the little bit that we've touched on it here, like there was definitely it was a different time. And I'm glad to see that that's changing to be over, but it also like totally deserves to be talked about. And yeah, I will be very interested in that when that comes out. So thank you. I'm excited. Yeah, definitely things have changed, and I'm very glad. It doesn't take it all away, but I'm glad that at least it won't be the same, you know, the same suffering. Especially, you know, raising a daughter who is a nerd. I'm glad it's going to be different. So. Because that reminds me, okay, so like I showed Little Sprout the movie Coraline just the other day, and she really, really liked it. And I'm sure, as we, talked about it, that I had mentioned that obviously it was I know I had mentioned that it was a book because I like Neil Gaiman, and, I was trying to relate to her, and I was like, hey, like, the show I like, which she calls Good Omens the best friend show, which makes me ridiculously happy, because I'm like, yes, that's what I wanted you to get out of this. So I was like, hey, the best friend show, like, that was a book, and then it was a show, and like, this is the same author, so like, hey, we're gonna have like matching mommy daughter Neil Gaiman fandoms. Pausing to look in chat, yeah, she is 8 years younger than me, so it definitely wasn't as bad for her, which I'm hoping to hear that it wasn't that bad, because I don't want anyone to get bullied, past, present, future, knowing them by association, knowing them personally. But no, it's still a different time, even 8 years, removed from, where we were. But yeah, so excited about that, really excited about that. But so, like, I'm sure I mentioned to Little Sprout that it was a book, but we watched the movie and she really, really enjoyed the film. And a couple days later, she was asking me questions about the film, and we were talking about the characters, and there was a piece of trivia that I didn't know, so we were Googling it, and we were just looking stuff up, and in the images, the original book cover for Coraline came up, and so she was like, what is that? Because the original book cover, obviously, as they normally do, it looks quite different from the visuals that, Leica developed for the film, and so I was like, well, that's the original book cover, and Little Sprout just turns to me, she's like, it was a book? Like, there's a book too? And there were like two massive opposing thoughts in my brain. The first was the like, oh cool, you're excited. And the second was that bit of like nerd girl where I'm like, shh, don't say that too loud, because like people are gonna be like, what, you didn't know it was a book first? Of course it's a book. Of course it was, that just fear of like, don't admit that too loud, because the gatekeepers are going to be like, what do you mean you didn't know? Of course it's a book. It was Neil Gaiman. Don't you know all of, like, name 6 of his works if you think you're a fan. And I was like stressed in my own mind, and I was trying not to let that like come out at all, but there was definitely like that lurking in the back of my mind where I'm like, shh, don't mention that. Like, don't admit that you didn't know. Like, play it cool. But then I had to stop myself, and I'm like, she's 5. She's excited. But, like, that trauma sticks with you. Like, no matter what it is, no matter what, if you were bullied for anything, it's going to stick with you. And it's going to re-manifest in the weirdest ways. And that's obviously, like, why mental health is important, why therapy is important, why, like, what I'm doing with KOTOR is important, reclaiming these things. And so I hated that there were those dueling thoughts when she was just legitimately excited about a book. And I see that you're in chat, that you know that feeling very well. And I hate that because it's like, no, we shouldn't have this baggage that we carry, but it comes with all of this. And so like, now to enjoy the good, we have to acknowledge what, like bullying and teasing, all this kind of stuff, and like carry it forward. And I am glad that it's not as prevalent anymore in nerd culture as being celebrated, and you're not ostracized for it. But still, any sort of trauma, like no matter what has happened to you, it's valid. And it's going to represent itself in weird ways. And that's what, like, talking it out with both people and, like, therapists is very, very important. And it is interesting how it will manifest. And so I definitely had one of those, like, manifesting moments where I'm like, oh, yeah, don't let people know you didn't know it was a book. Don't. And so I'm glad to be able to let that pass. And also, like, I'm ready to, like, fiercely protect anyone that, like, dares to say anything. Because really, it's like, she's enjoying things, and it doesn't matter what order you come into first. And I don't want to get into that toxic, like, oh, you didn't know it was a book, or you only discovered the book later. And I'm like, ready to just be excited that she's excited. Like, it's funny because we're already reading a big series. And so at first I was worried that if we skipped and stopped and read Coraline, I was worried that she'd get, disjointed. Because we had just finished up a chapter book and we're moving on to another one. But I didn't own Coraline, the book. I own the DVD, but I didn't own the book. So it was really cool, actually, and this made me really happy. Google had a preview of the book because, you know, like Google has like where you can read them online, and obviously like this isn't new technology. It was more just like, I'm excited, so I'm just gonna geek about it. So we read the first like 15 pages on preview, and Little Sprout was really into it, and I'm happy that, you know, she was like, can we see if we can find the book? And so we were gonna go to the library, but what was cool is I, you know, happened to just be on my phone, and the Seattle Goodwill had it on eBay for like $4 with no shipping. And I was like, you know what? I love our local library, but I also really love a really, really good book deal. And so for $4 and free shipping, it's on its way. And I'm really excited because now we get to share another book. And then, you know what? When we're done with it, maybe we'll donate it to our local library. In chat, I do laugh sometimes when I find a film that I didn't know was a book before. Now I find it like a treasure. It's like, oh, there's more. I get to go back into this universe. Like, it's hard because I prefer to read the book first. And it's mostly just so that, you know, when your brain's introduced to it, you don't immediately picture the movie version. You get like that, you know, unadulterated, like your first opening to it. But also, like, I don't know, there's some things where I'm glad I did the show first before I even attempted the book. Like, I didn't get very far because I'm at the point in my adult life where I'm like, you know what, if an author's not doing it for me, I'm not going to pretend. But I did try and read the Game of Thrones books, and I was glad that I at least had a face to put to, like 200 names in the first book alone, because if I had tried that without the show, I probably would have gotten 90% of those characters mixed up. So it's a balance. But like now, like going back to the thing in chat, when you find out that there's a book, it's like, to me, and I think this is why I love, you know, transformative works based on established canon, aka fanfic, is because you're able to put your foot in that world again and just have another adventure. It's like, cool, now we saw the movie and I really liked it, let's go read the book. In chat, I grew up never knowing that Who Framed Roger Rabbit was a book. It's super different. I can imagine that it's very different. I've never read the book, and that's cool. I just recently found that one out as well. But yeah, no, it's one of those where you definitely, it's not, I don't want to say it's not advertised that it's a book, but like some franchises are definitely like, hey, this was a book, and you like know it was a book. Like, it'd be very hard to not know that Harry Potter was a book, or that Lord of the Rings. But yeah, there's definitely some where it's like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that to have had a novel as its origin. But I was excited that Little Sprout was excited for Coraline. Like, I also love my, like, creepy kid. Because, I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw Coraline in, like, I don't know when it came out, 2009, I was like, wow, this is actually, like not traumatizingly scary, but I was happy to see darker animation. And so, like, I was low-key worried that it was gonna be too much for her, but I think that was 90% my fear, because I was gonna say was a giant chicken. No, I am a giant chicken. I don't do scary. I like psychological, but there's that, like, you know, in that Venn diagram where there's just that little bit of overlap where it's, like, actually thrilling in a psychological thriller enough to be a psychological thriller, but doesn't overlap so much with the horror genre that it's, like, scary. I don't do scary. There's a couple things I can do. I'm a big chicken. I figure I have enough anxiety and enough stuff going on that I don't need extra stress. I don't do stress for fun, which is a giant lie. I do stress for fun. I just don't do scary stress for fun. In chat, I need to watch Coraline. I missed it the first time. It's really good. Now, I don't know if this was my version, because I have, like, just the DVD. It didn't really appear to have a score, like background music, and I might have just had it too low because everything else was too high, like the effects and the vocals were too high. But it didn't seem to have much of a score, which was an interesting choice if that was the actual choice. So I'd be curious to, like, if it ever comes, like, back in theaters, I'd love to see it just to see if there's just something wrong with, like, our copy. Because I didn't notice it having background music, which was the only thing, like, the only genuine critique I could give it. But I'm not sure if it is a genuine critique or just a, like, the way I watched it was weird. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It's the good kind of creepy. But it's been really fun, and like, not to spoil anything about the movie, but it's been really fun, like, fielding the questions from Little Sprout, because it's, and I think that's, you know, what's kind of fun about authors like Pratchett and Gaiman is that, like, even they're scary, like, even though arguably Coraline is horror, it is like, it's scary because it's like base human, like, desires, and like ultimately it's about love, which makes it like, it's not like, oh, I'm the big bad and I'm just bad because I'm bad. Like, you can kind of arguably root for every character and defend every character's choices, and there is no, like, you know, big bad for the sake of being bad. They're just very human characters and very flawed characters, and I enjoy that. I enjoy that. And I think that's why, going back to Gaiman, and I'm sure all of my friends who know me IRL are, like, not even surprised that I'm going to bring this back to Good Omens. But that's why I love Neil Gaiman's work, Good Omens, so much, is because it's about an angel and a demon, but, like, the angel is the biggest hedonist on the planet, and the demon is, like, the kindest, like, straight up just refuses to be demonic. And that's what makes them such brilliant characters, because they're both, like, the angel is a good angel, but also, like, the worst angel. But they're not like, oh, I'm an angel that's just wanting to be bad. Oh, I'm just a demon that wants to be good. It's not like that. Just blanking on words there. They're not trying to be. They just are. They're just flawed. And ultimately, like, the point of Good Omens is to be human. And that's not a spoiler. It's really just like a reflection and a commentary on humanity and free will and choice and what makes humans humans, which y'all know is my vibe. But I just love it when it's not like just like overt, like, oh, I'm just a bad boy kind of thing. It's more like that, just subtle, to where, like, they're just very flawed characters in the very best kind of ways. In chat, I can't handle scary either. I watched some scary video game playthroughs a couple days ago, and I literally couldn't sleep that night. I felt like such a child. You know what? You did better than me, because I can't even watch the scary playthroughs. Like, I know I'm missing out, and it's so funny because, like, you know, like most of the internet, I obviously like Markiplier, but, like, he's famous for his scary stuff, and I don't do any of his scary things. So I'm just like, I know this fraction on the fringe, and I'm just gonna live in that little land where I don't do the scary. But you know what? It's fine. I also just don't need to, like, torment myself just to be part of it, which, you know, I'm gonna chalk up to character growth, because I don't need to put myself in a, like, I'm gonna be miserable and scared just to be, like, part of the group. So yay. In chat, when I watched the playthroughs, I had the volume super low. Smart choice. I also, if I could even work myself up to that, that's also in chat, I have to watch happy things after watching any kind of horror. Smart. I still, you know, massive applauding to you, because, were you watching Markiplier? That's funny. I can't do it. I think Toki Doki Literature Club was, like, the scariest thing I've ever watched him play. And I paused halfway through, Googled, is this a scary game? And then had to come back to it. I couldn't even go into it organically. So that's where I am. I don't do spooky. I actually, I take it back. I do spooky, I don't do scary. Big spooky fan me, but not scary. Which big spooky fan me is also a Good Omens quote. So between that and Star Wars, man, there's a quote. Always lurking. Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna be doing a Coraline in between Little House on the Prairie books, which is funny because I feel like my range of, like, character accents, because I love doing voices when I read out loud. It's my favorite part. So that's been fun. In chat yesterday, I watched more spooky games, but then spent the rest of the day watching VTuber stuff. Yep, a good balance. All right, I have a white that I have watered down. I'm gonna attempt to do some font, and I'm scared because I feel like I should draw it out in pencil first, but then, like, that's gonna show just as much as the paint, so I might as well just go for it. You know, Ah! Regret. It was too watery. Instant regret. Okay. And just gonna dab that off and try again. Maybe all the water will run down. I'm obviously a professional. In chat, I'm not a massive fan of Markiplier or VTubers, but they have been an obsession for the last week. No, I can understand that vibe. I love when you're just like, when your brain is like, you know what we need this week? This. I'm like, okay, okay, sure. Lead the way, brain, I guess this is what we're doing. I'm glad I only have 3 letters each to paint because this is terrifying. I'm writing Opa, which is German for grandpa. And it shouldn't be this nerve-wracking, but font is hard. Definitely typography is one of those things where, like, the more I learn about it, the more I learn I'm not good at it. And that's fine. Except then, you know, as an artist and graphic designer, it's like, no. A big weakness. It's like, I'm wondering if I should have just, done this in pen. In chat, every so often I just fall down a rabbit hole of fandom, and that obsession will last for a few weeks before I'm back on my usual stuff. Yep. Yeah, it's funny what, like, will just be a flash in the pan fandom, and then what decides to just be, like, one of the ride or dies. Like, you can never, I don't know, for me, I can never call it. I'll just be cruising along, and then all of a sudden it's like, you know what we're saddled with forever? Red Dead Redemption. That's my ride or die now. It's like, whoa, when did that become a forever fandom? And it's like, it just did. Buckle up. It's Sad Cowboys for lifetime. Yeah. For me, it's always the things I don't expect to like that just grip me with their claws. I can talk about it because Ink Rabbit's not here to make fun of me, but yeah, no, I didn't think I was gonna like Good Omens. Surprise! It's now a forever fandom. Which I'm also really excited about. Not only are they seasoning, not only are they filming season 2, good gravy, but they just re-released the audiobook. Where did that water come from? With the showcast doing all of their voices. And that's the kind of fangirl catnip that I'm here for. Like, I don't even care that it's a giant marketing ploy to sell the audiobook, which I already own. I'm gonna do it again. Well, I might not cut it as an old-fashioned sign painter, but I think I passed as I did a good enough job. Like, honestly, I know I'm just being harder on myself than I need to be. These are really cute, but I need to grab a red for holly berries. I got a shimmy on over here. Grab cherry cobbler. All right. I will see you later, Casey. Thanks for dropping into the stream. And if you're still with Des, good night, Des. And if not, that just goes out to her as well. So you guys have a good one. Also in chat, for the longest time, I absolutely hated the 5 Nights at Freddy's stuff and the fandom as well. But then I was watching Mark play through the new game, and then I needed to learn the lore, so I watched a bunch of the rest. And then I couldn't sleep because I thought I was going to get jump scared again. Aww. I am sad that, because I know exactly that feeling, and that's why I, no. As long as I think I keep the door closed and the curiosity bug doesn't get to bite me, then I don't need to know. But as soon as I need to know, then it becomes a problem. So, as long as I stay on the fringe, then don't get scared. Okay, I've mixed up some paint, and I'm going to try and do some dots. Big, exciting art times. Holly dots. Holly chunk. Sprig. Sprig is the word I'm looking for. Holly chunks. Very festive. I swear I speak English. Just, again, like art. Don't ask me to prove that I'm an artist. Joke's on you. I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. Oh, that's cute. Look at that. Okay, now you can see it. Okay, it's very cold. Okay, it's not even that cold. I'm just, you know, after so much, like, I spend 90% of the year going, wow, it's hot. And then we actually get like 2 months of winter here, like 2 actual months. And then the whole time I'm like, wow, it's cold. And it's not that I'm unhappy with the weather. I quite enjoy the passage of time and the change of seasons. I think I'm also just adult. And it's like, man, it's cold now. It wasn't this cold when I was a kid. It's like, yep, that's just who I am. Oh yeah, I know. It's like once you get just enough into a fandom or something, it's like, now I'm curious, dang it. And I can't even pretend that I'm immune from that. I don't know if you follow like all of Mark's ventures and everything, but he has the clothing brand Cloak, which like I love Cloak clothing. It's stupid comfortable. I only own a couple pieces just because, you know, it's expensive. But they just did that whole butter line, and I was like, everyone in the comments was making references to the exotic butters, which I did not know was a Five Nights at Freddy thing until I looked it up, and then I was like, dang it, I don't want to know because I don't want to like feel like I'm missing out on the lore. So I had to just close that tab mentally. Not that once I figured out that like that was a reference and it had nothing to do with the clothing, then my brain was satisfied. But I was like, man, if it goes any deeper than this, I'm gonna have to go on like a lore trip, and I don't want to. Oh, you just came across it too, right? The internet. Yeah, I think here, as soon as it hit December 21st, and it was like, hey, it's officially winter, that the weather like got the memo and was like, all right, time to go full winter, guys. It is time. Okay, these looking cute. I'm just kind of looking at it versus what's showing up on screen, and I'm happy. I think I might need white polka dots as well. I don't want to overdo it, but just trying to strike an artistic balance here. Again, pretend like I know what I'm doing, art-wise. Hey there, Mama Jewel. How's it going? Welcome to the chat. I am painting. Oh, awesome. You know what? I thought your name looked familiar, and I was doing the brain-racking thing, and so thank you so much for connecting those dots for me. I appreciate it. I'm also painting polka dots, so my brain was like, there's dots, and brain, we need to work. Well, welcome. Thanks for being here. We are working on this present stack, and so I'm just kind of painting, and we're just kind of chatting, so you're welcome to join us. How are you tonight? Oh, thank you. That's my Delta. She's a good girl, but definitely appreciates the compliment. Hello. Oops. Goodness, can't chat and paint at the same time. It's all good. In chat, my service dog in training, Zelda, is a German Shepherd Pit and Husky mix. Ooh, that's a fun mix. Yeah, because Delta's the Bavarian Shepsky, so the German Shepherd Husky. But ooh, with Pit in there, I bet Zelda is a handsome doggo. That's also super cool. Best of luck to Zelda on the service dog training. That's super cool. Yeah, also Zelda's an excellent name. Alright, so I just put polka dots on the middle stocking here. Pit would also be a cool name, but also a cool dog breed. They are good dogs. They are good doggos. So I'm going to set this to the side. Little Sprout has this little rhyme. She says, set it to the side and let it dry. So now you guys get to have that in your head every time you set something to the side. Because It's good. Okay, so we're gonna set the stockings, which actually I'm gonna hold them up for a second. So again, I'm leaving the this one plain because Little Sprout, I have promised that one to her because that's for her. And this one is Oma and this one is Opa's. And I'm pretty dang happy with the little pattern painting there. So I'm gonna put it next to the Santa Koala. The foam clay takes like 48 hours to dry. It definitely is a wet medium. So I'm gonna bring it back to the wreath, I think. So if you are just joining us, it's hashtag set this aside and let it dry. I love that. So yeah, I'm gonna come back to this wreath, which if you remember, and I'm also talking to myself if I remember, I have these ornaments, which are foam clay, which I was using for the snow over here, which I need to keep pressing into because I'm noticing. Also, welcome to the ADHD compartment or department of this channel. I need to keep pressing because it's losing some of its definition. It kind of keeps splodging to a homogeneous shape, and I want it to be lumpy. So I'm gonna keep artistically squishing it. So if you're just joining us, this is the topper to a mindful Christmas gift stack. We've been talking about the kind of, I've like lost all my words tonight. This happens. We've been talking about the trend of doing something they want, something they need, something they wear, something they read as the more mindful and more curated gifts for Christmas instead of overwhelming children. And I think it's super cool. As a kid, I would have appreciated that as well because it would have been like cool to see how it fit and evolved over the years. So anyway, I'm making a reusable gift stack so that my folks can wrap presents for Little Sprout and we can have something decorative and reusable every year that becomes part of our tradition. So excellent. I really like it. I'm very happy to hear people use it because I think it's not only a creative challenge with limits, but it's very guided and it's very focused. And I think that at the end of the day, like, it's better so that you don't overwhelm the kids, but then you're also focusing more on these things and it builds tradition and it builds a good practice. In chat, something to wear is always a new pair of Christmas pajamas, so they're new PJs for Christmas photos, which is super, super cute. That's really fun. I also love, and I was kind of ranting in a good way about this earlier, that I love the something to read because, you know, most of the people I hang out with, we happen to be geeks and nerds, so it's not like books are something that's a shortage of, but I think just culturally, that appreciation that a book is as weighty and significant as, you know, something that they want. It, you know, puts it back on a good track. I'm really excited. Also, thank you, Jingles, for redeeming Stretch. I'm going to stretch. What? There we go. Ow. Pretend that didn't creak, like my joints don't have problems. But no, that was good. Thank you. Now, I like it a lot. And, you know, not only did we talk a little bit about how, like, books are, like, recommending a part of, like, how your brain works and a little bit about what you're into, but, you know, to elevate books to that level culturally means, like, yay, we're getting there. Also, you know, just as a children's book author myself, it's like, oh, yes, good, books. And, well, here in chat, it also keeps books in print, which is also a good thing, as I love reading and would rather read a book in print than a digital copy any day. Yeah, it's funny, I have that same exact opinion. But then when I look at my reading habits, I read so much on my phone. And we were just talking about Coraline. My daughter, she's 5.5. I call her Little Sprout here on the channel. We had watched the film and she didn't know that it was a story. And so Google had the preview of the novel just on Google Books. And so it was really nice that there was, oh yeah, BRB jingle, cool. It was really nice that there was the preview of the novel on Google so that I could see if she would vibe with it. So it's like, obviously, like, yes, I want to smell books all day. That's like what I want to do when I grow up. I love that vanilla and I love the texture. I love to feel things. But like at the end of the day, it's also super cool that we have accessibility and have the books on digital. And obviously, like, that's not even the argument here. We're just like, yay, pro books. Like, you know, in chat, LOL, although I won't tell it to my stepsister, who is a published author under 2 different pseudonyms, and all of her stuff is digital. You know what? It's cool. And honestly, like, just, I know this one from personal experience. I'm a self-published author, and publishing books in print is expensive. So, like, major kudos to her for getting her stuff out there anyway, you know. And like I said, I read a lot digitally, and so even though I love books, I think having both is good. That scene from The Road to El Dorado where Miguel and Tulia are like both. But you know, I think also just as a tired single parent, when I read, it's because my kiddo's fallen asleep and I can pull out my phone and don't have to turn on the lights. So I feel it for both, because I love a good book. But I also gotta read how I can get there. So, and I can't quite cuddle a bug, my cute cuddle bug, and hold a flashlight and hold a book. So in chat, one of my grandmas was a librarian. Oh, that's cool. I would spend the summers just going through all her stuff in her home library and hanging out in the library she worked at. And that is super cool. What an awesome childhood. That's really neat, because I was about to say, even from the outside, libraries are magical places. But like, to like grow up in one because you had an in to the library. That's cool. That's super cool. I'm a little jealous in like the best way, where I'm like excited. That's fun. Yeah, libraries are good places. Very good places. All right, this is my brain taking 2 seconds to figure out where I need to focus my efforts. I kind of want to stack the whole thing up and show you where we are progress-wise, because it's been a while since we did that. And then maybe that'll help me center and see where we are. So here's the bottom. I might hold it next to me because it's kind of big. Also, as I stack this up, you may, especially if you're familiar with the want, need, wear, read, you might catch that there's only 3 stacks, or 3 boxes in my stack. That's because this bottom one's nice and big, and a book will fit in it, as well as other things. So we decided to just decorate in 3s and not do a whole nother layer, because it was already getting big. I figured we could double up. So that's why. It's not that I can't count to 4. We just figured we could get the job done in 3. It's all good. The intention is there. Okay, so I'm yakking this up. La, 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 la. And let me see. I don't think we can see it in that cam. I'm going to bring it next to me. Alright, so me for scale. This thing's big. And that's why, like I said, I'm not worried that it's only 3, because all 4 things will fit. So maybe switch to face cam only. Let's see if that worked. My stream deck's not been doing the thing lately. Okay, there we go. So if, like, you know, human head for scale, there's the hearth, there's the stockings, there's the wreath, and then Santa Koala, because this is a custom stack for my folks, and my mom loves vintage Christmas and koala. I keep wanting to call it koala bears, but that's not accurate. There we go. So I'm very happy with how this is coming, and so with really, like, it's cute. I'm proud of myself. Thank you. I'm trying with this whole Twitch thing, this whole YouTube thing, just to get back into making and push myself, and I'm happy. Like, it's not perfect, but it's its own kind of charming, and I've learned a lot. Yay! Also, if you're new here, Quilting Koala, that's my mom. That is the Oma that this one is for. So my folks, Oma and Opa, and then this is going to be for Little Sprout, my daughter, and she's going to be painting her own stocking. So that's why that one's unfinished. I didn't just leave it. So then it becomes like, not only is it the yay, you know, we've gotten mindful with our gift giving, but then also we have this this whole thing that becomes a tradition in itself. Like, I'm excited for this year, you know, to get this out and put it out and have it. But like, I hope that, and this is why I love to make things. especially for other people too, but like, especially like with my daughter in the pictures, it's like now every year we're going to get this out, and every year she's going to know that there's 4 really special things inside there. And in December, it'll be part of the Christmas decorations, and it's going to just be part of things over time. And I don't know, that is it's simultaneously like this huge honor, and I'm really giddy about it, and it's also like this big crushing, like it gives me a lot of feels, because it's like I can do this, and it's really special, and that's why I make art. And like, it's been such a year of transition, just universally. I've also gone through a lot of stuff personally in this last year, and just to be able to like kind of find myself, and then be able to make things and feel like I'm expressing myself as who I am, and also just like for my family, and to be able to like have the studio time and be here and be able to do this is really special, because things have been, let me set this down before I drop it, big emotions, and then have that come down in a crashing heap. It's been crazy, and like things are rough and up in the air, and I'm a newly single mom, and like I'm lucky that we've got a healthy co-parenting situation going on, but that's still a lot of change. And so like to really have traditions that mean stuff, like, and that we can carry on at the 2 different houses, and it's a time of growth, but being able to make these traditions out of it, and to have things that will be bigger than the transition, if that makes sense, is healthy. Also in chat, I get that. My daughter and I went to Hobby Lobby today and picked up a diamond painting kit for Starry Night, the Van Gogh one, which is part of her favorite Doctor Who episodes, so we're doing it together as a mother-daughter time, and we'll likely stream it as well. That's really special. Also excellent. Like, I'm a Whovian by associate. My mom, Kotakwala, is the Doctor Who fan, but familiar with the fandom. Like, I can roll with the crowd, but no, a really excellent part of the show there was the Van Gogh part, especially as an artist. Good episodes. But no, that's super cool that you get to bond and do that, and that's important. Like, it's really, really important. It's cool that you can, stream that as well. I'll have to give you a follow and check that out, because that's super cool. Very nice. Ha. I was about to say there's the chat delay, but beat you to it, Mom. Yeah. So no, like, amidst all of this, I should say, I'm gonna just transition back to Facecam. I don't know why I was pretending I was gonna do some more work there for a second. But yeah, just like with all of this, it's nice to just find the things that really, like, no, one craft isn't gonna make all of this pain go away, but it's more just, one of the things I like to do in my practice, and this is something that again, if you're newer here, I'm Catherine. Hi. I am an artist, but my practice is very, very mixed in scope and mixed in media. And I had a fiber show that was at a museum, and its kind of underlying current was growth, but that I think a lot of people forget that growth in plant world, in human world, is painful. And so, like, this year for everyone, even if they haven't realized it, there's been a lot of growth, just collectively. And, when things grow, there's not only growing pains, but there can be transplanting pains. There can be thorns that grow amongst the things. Even if you have, like, verdant life, it doesn't mean it's all, roses. And even if it is roses have thorns. And lots of metaphors aside, I think that, like, it's good to be able to make these beautiful moments amongst the chaos. And so, yeah, like, me just magically making Christmas decorations for everyone isn't going to solve everything, but it is growing, and it's adding to things that are, going to be bigger than the sum of it. Going back to chat, I used to run a privately funded community organization for parents and children dealing with family court. My daughter and I were reunited in 2018 after 15 years of being unjustly kept from each other due to others not healthily co-parenting. So huge kudos to you and your co-parent for choosing to put your kiddo first. Well, my heart absolutely breaks for you for that, and I'm very, very sorry that you guys were separated. And that's, not fair at all. Unjust is the word. So the kudos that you put there to me means a lot, and it's it's one of those where like even like my like just to speak of all of it, like nothing about growth is easy, even if it's necessary and right. So, but no, we both knew that Little Sprout came first. So, it's we're growing, and so that's why like it's not going to magically solve everything to help make Christmas decorations for both households. But on the other hand, it does, because I hope that like big picture, especially when she looks back too, that there was always an effort made by both of us. Like, we're humans and we're allowed big feelings and we're allowed to grow apart together. But yeah, it's it's a lot, and just brains crashing through with a lot of emotions there. So I'm really sad for what you went through, Mama Jewel, and really appreciative of like I said, of the kudos there granted to me. So thank you. But yeah, like without me crying or my brain going just blank because of emotions, it's been a trip, and I want to make the things that I can make, and it's both for the growth, and it's also to be validative of myself as an artist. And I'm very grateful for the platform of which I have, and just also, like the technology that's come out that allows us to connect. And so like every time I'm on stream and there's somebody who's been through something similar, or, parallelly adjacent, or just knows, and we can connect. And that means the world to me. It's one of those where like I hate that there is so much pain, and it's hard to bond. It's hard to be like, hey, we're bonding because of something awful, or we're bonding because of shared trauma. But on the other hand, the fact that we can find villages and we can find support and we can find people that understand, absolutely means the world to me. And so like, it's not a weight that I carry lightly. It's it's when like every time I connect with somebody that has things that we can share as a group. And none of it's easy, but I'm glad that there are these spaces that we can do that, and that absolutely means the world to me. So hard to express the like, I'm sorry you've been through this, but I'm glad we can make a village. And so I'm also very, very, very happy that you have your daughter, and just big protective mama bear feelings there, and I can only imagine. So. And in chat, it sends a huge batch as the Little Sprout that she is more important than any issues you've had with your co-parent. Yeah, and like it's hard because my co-parent and we're just different people, and it's not. It's one of those where, of course, and like I'm not for her privacy, and also just for our privacy. It's not like I'll get into that. The metaphor we've used is, I'm always going to come back to plants, but the metaphor that I'm using is it was healthier for us to go through the shock of transplant than to tangle each other in our own roots. And so like, yeah, that is both to validate his experience and my experience, and then we both want to be there as a big, nice, stable shade tree to support our Little Sprout. But yeah, it doesn't take away from the fact that it is difficult, and the transplant shock will always be there. And there's a lot of changes and a lot going on, and I'm lucky to have shelter where I have shelter, and family where I have family, and it doesn't take away from the hard days, but it also just it's a period of growth, and growth isn't always beautiful flowers. Sometimes growth is tangled weeds and tangled roots, and it all just has to it's also in chat, I use a lot of gardening plant references as well, because of something my grandma taught me. Another way we connect, and that's I love meeting kindred spirits. Like I said, it is hard to know that someone out there shares pain, or is adjacent or is parallel, but on the other hand, like there's a deeper, richer understanding. And also yay to the plants. I love my plants. That's one of the things that I'm building towards in my life, is having big gardens, and I want to feed not only my family, but my community. And so I dream of, even though I live in the desert, I dream of my gardens, but like using responsible, like we have a lot of sun, so a lot of like solar powered, studying indigenous gardening ways, and not taking more from the earth than I need, but also just the gardening. So it's all it's all a learning and it's all a growing experience. But no, I also love to use the plant metaphors in my fine art, and I'm a sucker for some good like symbolism. So kind of goes back to the the novels, and that's why I'm so excited that books are being as venerated and as put on the gift thing as equal as something to want, something to need, and a book. It's like, yes, I love that is just as celebrated. In chat, I used to live in the Mojave Desert before moving to East Texas. Well, then you are very familiar with my neck of the woods. I'm, again, without giving away too much of my location, I'm in Upper LA County, so that's an area you're familiar with, and that's super cool. And also, howdy to East Texas. That's cool. But yeah, no, you know that it gets very hot, it's very harsh, but in some ways, I think there's something about the extra challenge, and maybe this is me, like, psychoanalyzing myself more than I'm admitting. I like it when things are difficult, and so something about, like, gardening in the desert just satisfies this, like, deep, like, what if it was difficult? And I'm like, but good, it is. I don't know why. It's one of those where, like I said, probably says a lot more about me as a person than I'm admitting, but I like it when things are a challenge, and then it's different. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not used to things being that easy. I don't know. But regardless, I like to also just see if I can... I think gardening, too, is just... Especially out here when it is hot and it's harsh, and it's like I can still make food, I can still garden despite the challenges. Maybe it's me wrangling control in an area that, I needed from somewhere else in life. Maybe that's more it. I don't know. Well, if I was a book character, all the readers would be like, she does this because she doesn't have control in the areas of her life, so she's stubborn and she yells at her plants. I don't yell at my plants like Crowley. We were talking about good omens earlier, and because we were talking about Coraline earlier, so we were on a Neil Gaiman kick. So I don't quite yell at my plants. I don't have verdant yet terrified houseplants, but I probably take out frustrations and have control issues. So in chat love good omens. I did too. I am very excited for season 2. I am very excited for the audiobook, which, okay, so like I did the original audiobook because it wasn't enough to just watch the show, binge the book, and then do the audiobook, but they just did the TV cast version where everyone did their own lines. And I don't know, that's the kind of, like I said, the marketing ploy or the fangirl catnip that I unapologetically here for. So I'm very excited about season 2 as well. And also just from the back end of things, I know that so if you're unfamiliar, Neil Gaiman co-wrote Good Omens with Sir Terry Pratchett, and they had a sequel planned, but very sadly, and especially for Neil, Sir Terry Pratchett passed away, and so just kind of as a personal thing, I really respect the fact that Neil Gaiman was able to make the show of Good Omens, because I know it was really difficult for him to work on the works that he had co-authored without Terry Pratchett there. And so to even go ahead and expand it beyond what they had written, and then to really just, because I know that they've, he said in interviews that Terry was very pro making the show, Neil wasn't as much, and so to carry on that dream, but also just have that pressure of something that your friend was really for, and then to have it, to keep expanding on it without him being there, that's got to be really difficult. And so I'm glad that the fandom's really respective of that, because we talk a lot here about fandoms and stuff, and I'm glad that the Good Omens fandom is very, very positive. There's been toxic fandoms throughout the years, and I'm glad that this isn't one of them, but I'm also really glad that they're respective of how deeply personal this work is to him. And that just makes me happy. I don't know, I just love it when people respect that these are more than just characters, these are more than just stories, they're just parts of people, really, really are. And I think that goes back to, again, why I'm glad that the books are coming back in the respect, and I think that was, I keep opening this water and not drinking it, so I'm just going to throw away the place, spill it in my lap. When we talk about gifting our children these 4 things, and a book is one of them. it just like makes me so happy because there's this shift that, one, it's not just nerds that read, and two, that these stories are parts of our soul, and three, that like a good book can change so much about how you see the world. And I think that's like the mark of a reader, is we all have that one or two or three or more, but we all have that one story that when somebody thinks about just something that changed our worldview, it's like, that was the book, you know? And I love that that's a good shift I'm seeing, because I want to see readers. And I know, kind of sadly know some adults that have never read since they graduated high school. And it's like, read. And so like, I love to hang out with my nerd people, because it's like, yes, we have read a good book lately. Hey, do you want a recommendation? Be it novel, be it graphic novel, be it anything. Like, I love to see people reading and sharing that. And so, yeah, like when we had Little Sprout, we knew that books were going to be something that we really wanted to push with her, and she loves to be read too. We're doing a read and kind of cultural discussion journey right now through the Little House on the Prairie series. That's what I've been reading to Little Sprout at night, and it's one of those things where I had only read maybe the first couple when I was a kid, and so I wanted to read them because they're very much a cornerstone of kind of the American children's literary, just like it's just the books we read. And then there's been a lot of just discussion on whether or not they should remain in their position. And so I wanted to do a reading with that through her. And so, of course, that's been a lot of interesting discussions just on, what's okay and what's not okay, and how very much it's a very rosy-cheeked depiction of historical events. And I'm glad she's rolling with it, And it's also cool to just read them because I understand that they're a big part of American culture, but also just read them as an adult and have that perspective as well, and just go through them and be like, wow, I'm glad that things are getting better, because good gravy. So we have the little yellow box set. So that's what we've been reading through. We just started on the banks of Plum Creek and this is one of the things where I was very sad at the time, but my heart was also very full and happy. Chronologically, it goes Little House in the Big Woods, Little House on the Prairie, Farmer Boy, and then On the Banks of Plum Creek. But of course, Farmer Boy is, we don't meet those characters until later, and then it's a look back in time. And so I was talking about that with Little Sprout, and I asked her if she wanted to read them in chronological order, or if we should continue with the story of Ma, Pa, Laura, and Mary, and then go back. And I'm sad that it gave her a bit of a reader existential crisis, because she couldn't decide, because there was the intended order, and then there's also the I'm also 5 and want to keep with the characters that I know order. And I'm like, I'm sorry I gave you that struggle, but on the other hand, welcome to being a nerd. So it's one of those, I was half heartbroken and half laughing, because I'm I'm sorry I did this to you, but also this is the way of our people. You've had so in chat, I've had the set since I was 8, and I still have it today, so my set is now 42 years old, and that is such a treasure. I think we have the exact same yellow box set, because mine belonged to my mom. And cool thing about, if you're in chat, if you can verify the age of your little boxed set, the yellow box set of the Little House on the Prairie books. But yeah, that's been a treasure too, just bibliophile wise, just looking at the books, because they are a part of American history, and like I said, I've really enjoyed the stories. It's just as one should do. All literature deserves, goodness gracious, I know how to speak English, a discerning eye, and to be contrasted with the how were things, how will things be, how are things now. And so it's been a fun read through. And like I said, we talk about the things and stuff that's said in them, but for the most part, it's yeah, I think it's the same thing. But yeah, it's cool. It's like I said, it's been really good for me to share that with my kid. And we, especially we do live out on a bit of a ranch. Obviously, we do not have to salt our own pork and smoke our own venison and everything like they had to. But it's nice to kind of have the historical contrast and then have some, modern parallels, goodness. And then also talk about like, well, do we have to raise chickens? Do we, what do we need to do to survive? Like, what did they have to do to survive? What do we choose to do? And then like, what are the modern things? And so it's been fun. It's been really, really fun. And I'm just happy that, I've got a reader, and I love that she loves being read too, and that we can share these things, even if it does give her the like, hilarious nerd problems. Sorry, baby. But we'll have to take a break after on the banks of Plum Creek because we're gonna have an interlude with Coraline. So, I also love the good old just let's read 12 books at once because that's how books are meant to be read. Okay, I'm actually gonna take a sip of this water, I promise. Instead of just gesticulating wildly with it and probably spilling it on my lap. So I think, this is also me asking my own brain, I think I'm done painting for the night. I've got to let the foam clay dry, which is what's around the koala, which I know I'm a visual person, so. All of this is foam clay. It's still very, very wet. So you can see the smooshes. And so this is going to take a while to dry. So it may or may not get painted before Christmas, because Christmas is over tomorrow, and that's exciting, but also like, But yeah, what's cool about it right now is I'm in the stage where, hello Jingles, welcome back. I'm in the stage where it could definitely be used, and you know what it is. And I don't want to like, I don't want to get like complacent with it, because I know that's a problem I have. But I also think it's good enough for this Christmas, and then I can definitely enjoy putting some details back into it. In chat, I'm glad I got to catch your stream. Look forward to connecting soon. I need to head out to pick up my daughter's boyfriend from the gym. Alright, well thank you so much for dropping in. You had good timing. Thanks for the literary discussion. That was a fun way to kind of wrap things up here as well. I'm happy to talk Good Omens and gaming and novels and everything. Little House on the Prairie anytime. So yes, let's connect, and I will definitely give you a follow as well. So have a good one. As for everyone else, I'm kind of wrapping it up because I've been going for a good solid almost 4.5 hours now, which is exciting. And yeah, I will be keeping the regular-ish schedule. I'm going to do my best. I figure that I will still, if everyone's game for it, I would love to still do Star Wars Saturday. I know it's on Christmas Day, but if it works for y'all, it works for me. I've got, family to see and that kind of thing, but I also kind of figured that, like, I want to still be on stream, because I know I've got some people that might not have family that they can go to for various reasons, and I want to be here because y'all are my family too. And I also like my routine, and so let me know. Obviously, like, y'all can post on the Discord too. But I'd like to do Star Wars Saturday because I can still make sure that, like, I'm there for Little Sprout. I get to see my nibblings, my nieces. Get to do Christmassy bits, but then, like, also just hang out with everybody. So cool, right? So yeah, no, kind of, I'm in that, like, just super chill vibe for Christmas, which is weird because normally I'm a giant ball of stress, so I don't know where this chill is coming from. Which isn't the right reaction, Catherine. Enjoy the relaxation. And then I start to feel like I'm just completely printed in 1971. Cool. So yeah, same collection. I was gonna say something. I'm very glad you interrupted with that, but my brain is also just like, oh, books. So yeah, so I think I'll keep it the same schedule. I think I'm forgetting something, but I'll figure it out. If I am, I am. If I'm not, I'm not. And maybe I can just relax, which is such a foreign feeling, and I know I need to work on that, and that's one of the, like, self-care things I'm trying to work on, is that I actually am allowed to relax, no matter what my anxiety says. So I'll enjoy the chill, whatever that means, right? But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it here. So I'm in a good place on the project. Yeah, I'm in a good place 50 years ago. That's cool. I mean, that doesn't, I don't know about y'all. I still do that math where like 2000 is where the math just will always be. So it's like 71, that was 30 years ago. And then it's like, Catherine, you're 30 and you were born in the 90s. And I'm like, shush. Shush. That's how math works. Cool. Well, I'm glad. I'm reading chat. I'm looking to see if anybody's online to raid, and also trying to keep a conversation. So, good job, brain. Yeah. Well, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna raid Old Man Chadley, who last time we raided him, he was working on a Legend of Zelda cross stitch, and he was on day like 300 of doing the entire world map, which was super cool. I don't know what he's working on tonight. But as always, y'all know the drill. If you've got time and want to keep the party going, give them some support, give them some love. If you've got to go, then I release you into the wild. As always, I'm Catherine. This is the bus, and the bus's doors are always open, and you're welcome on board anytime. I hope you have a wonderful night as we, all the holidays that go on, no matter how you celebrate. Again, I really wish you all a very gentle holiday, one that's filled with lots of love and lots of light. And I hope that, kind of no matter what you're doing, that you have a good one. And I will see you all around. As always, you're welcome to join the Discord, and anywhere we're hanging out, you're welcome. Love to see what you are working on, and love being part of the community. So thank you so very, very much. Let's go share some love with Old Man Chadley. I think he is still cross-stitching. And as always, have a wonderful, wonderful night and a safe holiday, and stay warm out there. Let's do it.